Good afternoon. Welcome to the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Monday, May 22nd, 2023. Unfortunately, this afternoon, I must start by saying that we are once again a community in mourning. While I am calling on the Virgin Islands Police Department to step up, to step up their efforts in regard to addressing these crimes, I must also issue a warning to the perpetrators. It must stop. These shootings are totally unacceptable. Law enforcement today is getting better at tracking the origins of gunshots, and people are coming forward with information. You will be caught at some point, and there will be consequences. And hopefully the courts are on board that punishment must be swift and severe. You will be caught, and there will be consequences. There will be no mercy shown on any perpetrator that continues to use these firearms in these manners. Whoever is out there thinking about retaliation, I beg you to think twice. Enough is enough. On another note, I must acknowledge that this is Emergency Medical Services Week here in the territory and throughout the nation. So let us take a moment to thank the dedicated employees of the EMS for their services. EMS meaning Emergency Medical Services. Let us remember that at any time, any one of us might need the help of these professionals. You just never know. Again, thank you to all of you, and I salute you. Last week, we celebrated National Police Week, and to you two, ladies, men in blue, I salute you and I thank you for all that you do. Today, we are here to assess the territory's state of readiness for a major weather event as we approach the beginning of hurricane season. Today's hearing is about receiving information, asking questions, and placing some of our concerns, not only our concerns, but constituent concerns on the record so that they may be addressed. While the season is officially starting on or about June 1st, we all know that the greatest risk is typically later in the summer, so there is still some time to make some preparations and changes as necessary. Today we will hear from the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency, known as VITEMA, as well as the leadership of, I thought we would have the Department of Public Works here. I'm not seeing them, not sure if they're on St. Thomas. The Virgin Islands Police Department, the Department of Human Services, Fire and Emergency Medical Services, the Virgin Islands National Guard, and the American Red Cross. Experts at the University of Arizona predict some 19 or so named storms this year, with other entities making similar predictions. While we pray we will be spared the worst of it, we must keep adage in mind, hope for the best, but plan for the worst. Given that we are still recovering from the devastation brought on by Hurricanes Irma and Maria back in 2017, we have some special concerns. There are people still living in our territory in structures that are not secure, and many of our traditional shelter places remain compromised. I also have concerns about our modular hospital and how we will secure some of these large construction sites in the event of a storm. I do believe we will likely need a follow-up hurricane preparedness hearing later on this summer, but let's start today by hearing the information from those responsible and having a dialogue. At this time, I will ask Madam Clerk for a roll call. I know some of our members are online, and if not online, in the St. Thomas chambers.
Senator Angel Bolkels Jr.
Present.
Senator Bolkels present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff absent. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Here.
Present. Senator DeGraff is present.
Thank you. Senator DeGraff present. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Present.
Senator Ray Fonseca present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Present.
Senator Francis Heiliger present. Senator J. Van E. James Sr. Senator J. Van E. James absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Present.
Senator Johnson present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Here.
Senator Gittins present. Mr. Chair, we have 6 present, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll ask the testifiers, starting here on St. Croix, from my immediate left on to the right, to just identify yourself by name, the entity you represent, and your name, title, and the entity you represent, please. And then from after we leave St. Croix, we'll go to those on St. Thomas, or if there's any testifiers online. Ma'am, you may proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Tina Beezer, and I am the Executive Director of American Red Cross in the U.S. Virgin Islands.
Tina Beezer, American Red Cross. Welcome.
Correct.
Next.
Good afternoon, Senator and other members. Sean Santos, Senior Chief of Police, Virgin Islands Police Department, St. Croix District.
Welcome, Chief.
Good afternoon, Senator, and all those in the listening audience. I am Mario Brooks, Assistant Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Police Department.
Assistant Commissioner Brooks, welcome.
And good afternoon, Senator. Kojo Noxenbecker, the Commanding General of the Virgin Islands National Guard and the Adjutant General for the Virgin Islands.
And my schoolmate, how are you doing? Welcome. Sir?
Good afternoon, Senator. Darrell D. Joshin, the Director for the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency.
Thank you. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, Senator Gittins, and all present. Kimberly Causey Gomez, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Human Services.
Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you.
How are you today?
Great. Thanks for having us.
Great. Were you waiting for an introduction?
Good afternoon, Senator, and our viewing audience. My name is Antonio Stevens, the Assistant Director of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical System.
Welcome, Assistant Director.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Senator. Liberian Titus.
Pull the mic to you. I know you don't like mic.
Good afternoon, Senator. Liberian Titus, Fire Service, Fire Chief, St. Croix District.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Senator. Robert Bryan, EMS Chief, St. Croix District of the Virgin Islands Fire and EMS.
Welcome, sir, and happy EMS week.
Thank you, thank you. I really appreciate you pointing that out to the listening audience.
Definitely. You guys work hard, and unfortunately, we always need your services. St. Thomas, I'm getting a little feedback, but St. Thomas?
Good afternoon, Stephen Phillip, Chief of Police for the St. Thomas St. John Water Island District.
Welcome, Chief. 1 second. Media, can you just lower my mic? I can hear myself, but I'm getting a feedback. Thank you. Thank you, Chief. I heard you. Next.
Good afternoon, everyone. Clayton Brown, Deputy Chief, St. John. district.
Welcome, Deputy Chief Brown. How was St. John?
Could be better.
All right. Anyone else online? Any testifiers, that is, online? So the only entity missing right now that's part of our invited list is that of the Department of Public Works. I'm sure my good friend is tied up somewhere, but I hope that he calls us and let us know what's happening. I know we had a delayed start due to the homegoing ceremonies of the late Honorable Judge Eileen Peterson, hence why we begun just after 12 midday. But I'm gonna ask that we take a 2-minute recess. I'm getting a lot of communication saying that they can see us, but they're not hearing us online. So I'm gonna just 2 minutes just to see if we could address that. If not, they'll have to hear us on the recorded piece. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Monday, May 22nd, 2023 is recessed for 2 minutes. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Monday, May 22nd, 2023 is back on record. We're experiencing a little technical difficulty, so kindly excuse us. They won't be able to hear me now on the social media saying this probably, but colleagues on St. Thomas, and especially those of you online, they're still working out some trouble, so as we start the questioning, those of you that are participating online may not be seen, but we're assured that you'll be heard. So at the call of the chair, and if there's no objections, colleagues, those of you online, we won't be able to see you unless between now and then media is able to clear that up, but you'll be heard for sure. At this time, Madam Clerk, are there any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed by from whom.
Letter dated May 22nd, 2023, from Honorable Senator Javon E. James to Honorable Kenneth L. Gittens, Chairman, Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety. Dear Mr. Chairman, please excuse my absence from today's scheduled hearing on the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety. Due to unforeseen circumstances beyond my control, I am unable to attend. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Thank you for your kind consideration in this matter. Respectfully, Javon E. James Sr., Senator, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. That's the end of the correspondence, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Senator is excused. You may proceed with the reading of today's agenda into the record.
Agenda committee hearing scheduled noon, Monday, May 22nd, 2023. Please be advised that a Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety has scheduled a legislative hearing for noon, Monday, May 22nd, 2023, in the Fritz E. Lowes Legislative Conference Room on St. Croix. The committee is expected to receive overview testimony from a number of entities relative to the state of readiness ahead of the 2023 hurricane season. Topics to discuss will include infrastructure, shelters, emergency housing, public safety, and more. The hearing will be conducted in person. Block 1, to begin at noon. Testifier, Honorable Daryl Jashin, Director, VITEMA. Honorable Ray Martinez, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Police Department. Major Kojo Knox Slingbacker, Adjutant General, VI National Guard. Honorable Kimberly Kazi Gomez, Commissioner, Human Services Department. Darrell A. George, Senior, Director, Virgin Islands Fire, EMS. And Ms. Tina Beezer, Senior Program Manager, American Red Cross. That's the end of the agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, just for the record, Director Joshin from VITEMA, you will be speaking for the entire team and therefore taking the lead on today's testimony, correct?
Then I'll be reading the testimony in from the team, yes, sir.
Okay, you may proceed at this time.
Good afternoon, Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, Chairman of the Committee of Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, other committee members, the 35th Legislature staff, and those in the viewing and listening audience. I'm Darrell D. Joshin, the Director of the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency, VITEMA. With me today are Department of Human Services Commissioner Kimberly Kazi Gomez, the Adjutant General of the Virgin Islands National Guard, Major General Knox Kojo Limbacher, the Virgin Islands Police Department Assistant Commissioner Mario Brooks, the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services Assistant Director Antonio Stevens, and the American Red Cross of the U.S. Virgin Islands Executive Director Tina Beezer. We've been invited here today to provide this committee testimony on the U.S. Virgin Islands state of readiness and other matters relating to the 2023 hurricane season. This written testimony is provided as a combined submission from VITEMA, Department of Human Services, the Virgin Islands National Guard, the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services, the Virgin Islands Police Department, and the U.S. Virgin Islands American Red Cross. The last time this committee received testimony on the U.S. Virgin Islands hurricane preparedness was October 14th, 2022, with Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr. as chairman. The Atlantic hurricane season runs from 1 June through 30 November each year. The Colorado State University, CSU, released its first prediction on April 14th, 2023 as, quote, a slightly below average Atlantic hurricane season in 2023, citing the likely development of El Nino as a primary factor, end quote. The forecasts are based upon statistical models utilizing 25 to 40 years of historical hurricane seasons and evaluate conditions including the Atlantic sea surface temperatures, sea level pressures, vertical wind shear, El Nino, and other factors. Colorado State University is predicting 13 named storms during the Atlantic hurricane season, of which 6 become hurricanes, and of those, 2 become major hurricanes, strength Category 3, 4, or 5, with sustained winds of 111 miles per hour or greater. The Colorado State University team issues forecast updates June 1st, July 6th, and August 3rd. The National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, will issue its first outlook for the 2023 Atlantic hurricane season during an in-person news conference on Thursday, May 25th at the NOAA Center for Weather and Climate Prediction in College Park, Maryland. Like CSU, NOAA releases an update hurricane forecast in early August. The height of hurricane season runs from 15 August to 15 October. VITEMA has no dedicated staff for weather forecasts, but has developed a strong relationship with the National Weather Service in San Juan, Puerto Rico. VITEMA works closely with the National Weather Service in Puerto Rico in providing weather forecasts during times of dangerous weather conditions for the U.S. Virgin Islands. The National Weather Service operates 24 hours a day and is connected to the National Hurricane Center and weather analysis and forecasting products to include any tropical storm or hurricane watches or warnings. The National Weather Service in Puerto Rico is also in close coordination with the U.S. Coast Guard Sector San Juan to provide forecasts which are used to develop the U.S. Coast Guard Maritime Safety Information Bulletins, MSIBs, and identify times for seaport closures in the U.S. Virgin Islands, especially for the ferries running between St. Thomas and St. John. The U.S. Virgin Islands is conducting its Hurricane Capstone Exercise 2023 from Monday, 22 May, today, through Friday, 26 May, and concludes with a briefing on this Friday, to Governor Albert Bryan Jr. and the FEMA Region 2 Deputy Administrator Andrew DeMora by government agency leaders responsible for hurricane-focused initiatives. There are a total of 15 hurricane-focused initiatives for 2023, with lead government and Virgin Islands agencies and FEMA developing evaluation criteria over a period from January to April, with May reserved for the capstone exercise. VITEMA and FEMA provide operational integration with territory emergency support coordinators using the software application WebEOC, which joins representatives from all 15 emergency support functions and the emergency operations centers on St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John. The Public Assistance Office of VITEMA and Office of Disaster Recovery, ODR, develops and maintains methods of conducting joint preliminary damage assessment, and Department of Human Services conducts individual assistance preliminary damage assessment. The Department of Human Services continues to develop plans and identify key locations for congregate evacuation shelters as well as post-landfall secondary shelters. Figure 1 shows a listing of all identified 2023 hurricane shelters. The shelter preparation drill for all territory stakeholders will occur this Wednesday, May 24th, on St. Thomas at Eudora Ken High School and on St. Croix at Complex High School. In addition to sheltering operations, Department of Human Services, VITEMA, and the National Guard verifies points of distribution, or PODs, sites for issuing food and water following a storm, and trains individuals, including volunteers, to manage a pod site. Besides VITEMA and FEMA, other participants in the capstone exercise include strategic federal partners such as the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, the Defense Coordinating Element, the U.S. Health and Human Services, the Virgin Islands National Guard, and all key lead and support territory agencies. VITEMA attended the 2023 Hurricane Conference from 3 to 6 April in New Orleans, Louisiana. The conference's average is over 1,500 attendees. VITEMA's Territory Emergency Operations Plan, or TEOP, provides detailed responsibilities of lead agencies for all 15 emergency support functions, incorporates the use of emergency lifelines in assessing and prioritizing response efforts, and identifies essential elements of information known as EEIs. These EEIs are used for coordinating response activities for community lifelines for safety and security, food, water, and shelter, health and medical, energy to include power and fuel, communications, transportations, and hazardous materials. FITEMA conducted outreach and messaging throughout the territory as part of the National Hurricane Preparedness Week from 30 April to May 6th. For U.S. Virgin Islands, the overall theme for individuals, families, and businesses is be prepared, stay informed, and be vigilant. FITEMA and FEMA visited several radio talk shows in both districts, sent out joint press release of hurricane preparedness, conducted social media campaigns with public service announcements, and delivered 2023 hurricane maps to gas stations and grocery stores. One of the key measures of success for the week, and as a reminder from the previous year's preparedness activities, is that each individual and family needs to be prepared to be self-sufficient with food and water and other items deemed necessary for a period of up to 5 days following the impact of a hurricane. 5 days is the length of time it takes for the government of the U.S. Virgin Islands to conduct life-saving missions, assess damages, mitigate hazards, open routes, and prepare the points of distribution for food and water to distribute to individuals living in damaged areas. Once areas are assessed, injured individuals transported to healthcare facilities, road debris removed, the temporary emergency power established, the territory will begin critical infrastructure restoration to include ports, transportation hubs, power, telecommunications, banking to include ATM operations, including Department of Human Services DSNAP cards, and food store restoration operations. Hurricane preparedness and outreach activities continued during the 51st Agricultural and Food Fair on St. Croix from 18 to 20 February with joint booths with the theme Partners in Preparedness with FITEMA, FEMA, Tropical Shipping, and O'Neill's Transportation. A drawing was held for 2 new generators donated from Home Depot and Plaza Extra. FITEMA signed up additional individuals for the Alert VI mass messaging notification system. The Virgin Islands Police Department. The Virgin Islands Police Department, under leadership of Commissioner Ray Martinez, is extremely experienced in preparing for and responding to hurricanes in the territory. VIPD is a lead agency for Emergency Support Function 13, which is public safety and security, and coordinates the activity of stabilizing, along with our federal partners, Community Lifeline of Safety and Security. One of the key activities which occurs immediately upon Governor Bryan signing a pre-landfall state of emergency is all territorial government law enforcement agencies report to the police commissioner and are available for mission assignments. The National Guard can assist VIPD with either members of the full-time force or placing M-Day or traditional members on state of active duty orders. Close coordination between FITEMA, Port Authority, and the U.S. Coast Guard occurs to ensure police and National Guard deploy to St. John prior to port closures. If needed, following a disaster, additional law enforcement is requested through what is called EMAC to key partners such as the New York State Police or New York City Police. Upon establishment of curfew by Governor Bryan, VIP establishes traffic control points to maintain freedom of movement to key agencies such as Water Power Authority and the Department of Public Works, while restricting traffic to unauthorized persons for safety purposes. VIPD maintains calls for service until the onset of tropical storm force winds, which begins at 39 miles per hour, and then shelter in place until the storm passes and sustained winds go below the tropical storm force levels. The Virgin Islands National Guard. The Adjutant General, Major General Kojo Knox-Limbacher, and the senior leaders of the Virgin Islands National Guard are attending this week the U.S. Army North Rehearsal Concept, or ROC drill, at Fort Sam Houston, San Antonio, Texas. The ROC scenario focuses on the Department of Defense timeline to respond from 24 to 96 hours following landfall, exercising joint capabilities to support vital needs of 2 Category 4 hurricanes and a Category 5 hurricane with multiple landfalls in Puerto Rico, U.S. Virgin Islands, and then along the east coast of the United States. The FEMA federal coordinating elements from both Region 2 and Region 5 are identified to support the U.S. Virgin Islands in case of a single U.S. landfall or impact, or a combined U.S. Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico impact in the case of Hurricane Maria in 2017. The Department of Defense's rapid response to the territory in 2017 after Hurricane Irma primarily was aided by a naval task force already underway to respond to Hurricane Harvey, making landfall in Texas on 26 August as a Category 4 and installing for 2 days, dropping heavy rains and flooding. One of the outcomes of last year's rock drill is that for the U.S. Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico region, expect a minimum of 96 hours or 4 days for a Department of Defense response with naval assets. Overall, the National Guard forces are prepared to following missions: initial response teams on each island to assist in route clearance and damage assessment, assist in traffic control points with VI police for curfew enforcement in danger areas, conduct airport opening assessment for Department of Defense aircraft, assist hospitals and patient transportation and evacuation post-landfall, transport and operate points of distribution for food, water, blue tarps, conduct congregate sheltering under COVID-19 screening if needed with guidance from the Department of Health, establish emergency radio communication sites for forward operations and command centers, support the territory emergency operations with liaison officers, conduct joint reception, staging, onward movement, and integration for incoming and outgoing National Guard forces, and finally provide a dual status commander to command National Guard active duty and National Guard forces for mission assignment supporting the territorial response requirements. Two of the limitations of the Virgin Islands National Guard is, one, the lack of rotary wing aircraft, and two, the time required to transport National Guard forces from other states to include activation under state active duty orders. There's also limited National Guard troop transport vehicles and bed-down sites for more than 900 National Guard soldiers and airmen needed to respond following a major hurricane impact to the territory. Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services. The Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services, VI Fire EMS, under the leadership of Director Darrell George, is responsible for 3 essential support functions: ESF 4, firefighting, ESF 9, urban search and rescue, and ESF 10, oil and hazardous material response. VI Fire EMS works in close coordination with Department of Planning and Natural Resources, DPNR, on hazardous material response. By team as 911 is a primary means for dispatching fire, rescue, and hazardous material response units. During the onset of dangerous weather conditions, VI Fire EMS will continue to respond to requests for assistance until the time identified for the arrival of, again, tropical storm force winds, which is 39 miles per hour. After that time, calls will be held in queue by 911 and responders dispatched after the storm has passed and sustained winds return to below 39 miles per hour. VI Fire EMS also works in close coordination with the National Guard to house the pre-storm teams from National Guard, which provide immediate response with road clearance, emergency communications, and traffic control following the storm. U.S. Virgin Islands American Red Cross. U.S. Virgin Islands American Red Cross and leadership Executive Director Tina Beezer partners with the Department of Human Services in evaluating pre-storm evacuation shelters and assists the Department of Human Services in operating congregate shelters. The American Red Cross provides meals for shelter staff and individuals staying in shelters for the first 3 days once the shelter opens. Cots and blankets are provided following a storm for homeless individuals staying at the shelters. The Red Cross also has mobile teams traveling after the storm throughout the community to provide cleanup kits to individuals assisting in home recovery. A small warehouse in both districts is maintained, which provides supplies for staff workers and individuals coming outside the territory to assist following a disaster. Yesterday, May 21st, the American Red Cross by TEMA, FEMA, VIA, and Tidal-Based Caribbean hosted on St. Croix at the University of Virgin Islands, the U.S. Virgin Islands All Hazards Preparedness Expo focused on individual and family disaster preparedness. This is the first time in 5 years Expo has been held. Emergency communications, the amateur radio operators. While the capstone exercise tests some levels of emergency communications, it does not incorporate any of the territorial's amateur radio operators who are volunteers. Amateur radio operators, or HAMs as they're normally called, are licensed individually by the Federal Communications Commission, and while many supported by TEMA and FEMA during Irma and Maria, Many are newly licensed, have not participated in any functional exercises or drill. From June 24th through June 25th, for 24 hours, on St. Croix, a communications exercise is scheduled at the U.S. Virgin Islands American Red Cross, located near Sunny Isle. This field day, as it's known, tests the team's ability to operate for 24 hours, communicating using high-frequency radios and antennas over long distance. Over 1,000 other teams are conducting field day throughout North America during the same period. Throughout the territory, every Monday evening at 8 p.m., amateur radio operators on St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John, and Water Island gather to communicate over the air on the Amateur Radio Emergency Services, or called ARES net. ARES consists of licensed amateur radio operators who are trained to provide radio communication services to civil and government agencies in times of emergency. Continuity of Operations Plans, known as COOP. FETIMA recommends that every business develop, train, and test its own Continuity of Operations plan. In preparation for this hurricane season, in May for 2 weeks, FEMA provided technical assistance to 15 government agencies on preparation of plans specific to their needs. During this week, a 2-hour COOP senior leader workshop is scheduled for the capstone. On May 7th and May 16th, FEMA and Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, DLCA, hosted a private sector partnership tabletop exercise with representatives from both districts. The purposes of the exercise was to coordinate response and recovery activities with the private sector to focus territory unity of effort in reestablishing critical infrastructure and supply chain structure. The group uses the community lifelines to set up teams and identify critical activities following a disaster. The Senior Registry. Act number 8058 identifies a requirement for the Department of Human Services to maintain a voluntary senior registry of persons 60 years or older living alone or having disabilities. Currently, there are 817 individuals listed in the registry, and the Department of Human Services utilizes a mass messaging system to notify individuals for any storm-related information and support following a disaster event. In closing, territory agencies have worked both individually and within their emergency support functions. There will always be more work ahead as we continue to improve our processes. Agencies should constantly refine and update their plans, conduct drills, educate new staff, and ensure our own families and agencies are prepared. We are very proud of each member of our agencies and the seriousness in which they accept roles in not only preparing their agency, but preparing themselves and their families. We want to thank Governor Albert Bryan and Lieutenant Governor Tregenza Roach for the continued leadership, guidance, and emphasis on the importance of the Emergency Management Council, which meets monthly, and its efforts in continued improvement of our abilities to plan, train, and respond to any major disaster, whether it's advance notice, such as a hurricane or a pandemic, or whether there's little or no notice, such as an earthquake or a tsunami. Thank you, Committee Chairman, Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, for this opportunity to provide a combined testimony with FETIMA, the Department of Human Services, the Virgin Islands National Guard, the Virgin Islands Police Department, the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services, and the U.S. Virgin Islands American Red Cross. We are prepared to address any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you for that testimony, Director Joshin. Anyone on the team for input? I know that Director Joshin took the lead on this, but anyone for additional input? All right. Yes? Additional input from the Virgin Islands Fire Service Assistant Director Stevens, you're recognized. Pull the mic close to you so that they don't have to turn up the mic and then you have a feedback. Pull it all the way to you. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman Kenneth L. Gittens, other members of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Antonio Stevens, Assistant Director of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service. Here on behalf of Director George, I appear before you today to provide testimony on the readiness of this service and on other matters related to the 2023 hurricane season. VIF EMS is a first responder agency with the capability of providing emergency response to all hazards, including fires, hazmat threats, natural and man-made disasters, entrapments, and medical emergencies. Currently, the agency operates and responds from 10 stations located throughout the territory and utilizes 3 other facilities as EMS bases. With the strategic positioning of vehicles, equipment, and approximately 80 EMS providers at all levels of training, VIF EMS can have life-saving care on scene within 5 to 10 minutes. This was previously unmet goal in the territory. However, as a singular, multi-discipline organization, the agency has worked to achieve and maintain these target response times. As the upcoming hurricane season approaches, VIF EMS stands ready to support the territory. In the event of a storm watch or warning is issued, the agency will take steps necessary to secure its facilities and equipment and ensure each station is adequately staffed. Given its unique situation, additional measures will be taken on St. John. VIF EMS will position additional personnel on the island in the event there is no ferry service. Also, once the port is closed, the Star of Life ambulance boat will cease transporting patients and will be secured. During hurricanes and tropical storms, the agency will maintain a safe work environment for its employees and will provide essential emergency services to the public as long as conditions do not endanger the responders' safety. After a hurricane or tropical storm, agency personnel will be prepared to respond to emergencies and support recovery efforts. In the St. Thomas, St. John district, there are 7 operational ambulances will be available to respond. The Star of Life ambulance boat or its replacement will also resume transporting patients from St. John to St. Thomas once the U.S. Coast Guard reopens the port. To maintain effective and efficient operations, the agency will utilize information found on emergency locator forms to check on personnel and arrange transportation to and from work if necessary. As in the past, arrangements may also be made with local ferry companies and the U.S. Coast Guard to transport employees, relieving personnel assigned to St. John. On St. Croix, ambulances will continue to operate from the Richmond Fire Station, the Frederiksted Fire Station, and the Mid-Island EMS base located in Estate Cottage. Both districts will have adequate medical supplies to sustain operations for 3 weeks and sufficient medications for at least 72 to 96 hours. Firefighters in the suppression unit will resume emergency response operations and will assist with recovery-related activities such as debris removal. This concludes my testimony today. The chiefs and I await your questions.
Thank you, Assistant Director. Director Joshin, before I open the floor to questions from my colleagues, did you speak to, I'm seeing the chart, but did you, I might have missed it, did you speak directly to the locations of the shelters and the status of generators at each shelter?
No, Senator, not during that testimony, sir.
Okay, can you put that on record before I open the floor to my colleagues, please? I do see you have something small here on page 5 of your testimony.
So page 5 of the testimony refers to the specific shelters that we've evaluated to be potential shelters for hurricane season 2023, and I'll do it by island and by location. So on St. Croix, we have DC Canagata, we have Complex, SeaTech, Arthur Richards, Mars Hill Head Start. On Water Island, we have the Community Health Center, our community center on Water Island. On St. Thomas, we have Lockhart, Eudora Ken Gym, Eudora Ken Cafeteria, Sugar Estate, Nude Hansen Strive Center, and for medical special needs shelter, the Snyder Regional Medical Center, 3rd floor. On St. John, we have Andrews Senior Center. We started conversation with Gift Hill School, but currently we've not finished that, and we have Guy Benjamin. As far as generators that are currently located on St. Croix, we have generators at DC Canagata, Complex, and C-Tech. Mars Hill Head Start School has a generator. Water Island Community Center has a generator. Lockhart School in St. Thomas. St. Thomas Eudora Ken Gymnasium and Eudora Ken Cafeteria. We have done quick connects for those. The generators are physically located at Vitima, and they'll be sent out there as soon as they're in need to open up the shelters, and we'll do that this Wednesday during the shelter exercise drill. Sugar Estate and Nude Hansen generators are there in those locations. Snyder Regional Medical Center has a generator. Adrian Senior Center has a generator. We have not established whether Gift Skill has a generator. Guy Benjamin does not have a generator. The other piece, Senator, that we've talked about is showers. And again, evacuation shelters are just to get through the storm, and you have secondary shelters. But we will look at contracting shelters because many of those locations do not have working showers that we walked through and checked with the schools.
Point of inquiry.
Point of inquiry, I believe that's Senator Johnson.
Yes, please.
You recognize?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all. I'm looking at this list and I'm seeing Arthur Richards, and I would like to find out why would we put down Arthur Richards on this list? If the school was unsafe for the students to go to, why would we utilize it as a shelter? And then there's no generator there. So I really want to know why are we utilizing this site as a shelter if it wasn't deemed safe for the students to be, and there isn't a generator to this site.
Excellent inquiry, as that was along my thoughts as well. Did you understand the question?
Yes, I do. We have worked with Department of Education to go out and evaluate with the Red Cross, Arthur Richards School. We realize it's not utilized as students right now, but we're looking at it as a secondary shelter if we have to, as a shelter of last resort. The air conditioner currently does not work out there. There is no generator out there, you're correct. But part of setting this up, we'd have to put a generator out there and make sure the air conditioning is working. Because of that sproul area out there, that's at shelter, it has no airflow movement at all. So it's identified. There are still some gaps that have to be done before we can officially accept that as a secondary shelter.
So there's no working AC at Arthur A. Richards Junior High School temporary sprung shelter.
At the gymnasium side, there one is working at the cafeteria.
So, but what are you using as your secondary shelter at the sprung shelter at Arthur A. Richards? The gymnasium or the cafeteria?
We've identified both of those. One's called Room 1, one's called Room 2. The smaller one is Room 1 with the capacity of 250 individuals if it's an evacuation shelter. As a secondary shelter, homeless, the capacity is 125. That's the one we could use air conditioning operational, but we do have to put a generator out there.
So do you have additional generators that you would be able to manually take there to that site?
The territory, the Virgin Islands, has a total of 10 generators. To answer your question, yes, we do.
Okay. That's what I want to know, and make sure that they're accessible. So we're talking about St. Croix having 5 shelters, correct?
If that's what's on the list, that's the ones we've evaluated.
No. Don't respond that way. I want you to tell me. Don't tell me what's on the list. I want to be for sure. So are we saying that St. Croix has 5 shelters, and that's between you and Human Services? So, I mean, just let me know if I'm correct.
Yes, we've identified 5 shelters that we can use.
Yes. So Water Island has 1, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now let me break it down just before the senator starts. So St. Croix 5 is 1 at Canigata, 1 at Complex, second one at C-Tech, which is Complex, same area?
That's for medical special needs, correct.
Okay, so that's 3. 4 is at Arthur A. Richards Sprung Shelter, and 5 is at Mars Hill Head Start.
Correct.
Correct? Good. 1 for Water Island, which is a community center.
Correct.
And you have inspected all those
I've been
already?
every single one, yes.
And what's the generator status at the Water Island Community Center?
It's fully operational.
Operational. The and what did you say for the one for Mars Hill?
Mars Hill is under Department of Human Services. They have a generator there, correct.
It's operational?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on St. Thomas, we're talking about 6, yes or no? Lockhart Elementary School, Eudora-Kin High School Gym, Eudora-Kin Cafeteria, Sugar Estate. I'm not sure where in Sugar Estate, but you'll tell us. 5 is Nude Hansen, the Strive Center. 6 is Snyder Regional Medical Center, 3rd floor.
Correct.
Correct?
Correct.
So 6. And the status of all 6 of those areas have working generators.
That is correct.
And lastly, St. John, 3. 1 at Adrian Senior Center, 1 at Gift Hill School, 1 at Guy Benjamin School. Correct?
Yes, Guy Benjamin.
No, slow down for me. So the Senior Center, Adrian Senior Center, there is a working generator, correct?
Yes, there is.
Gift Hill and Guy Benjamin, no?
We've not evaluated Gift Hill yet, but Guy Benjamin, definitely, I was out there, there's no generator out there.
So no generator there, and have not inspected Gift Hill yet. How soon do you intend to inspect Gift Hill?
We have to go through another discussion with the principal out there in order for them to move to the board. So I'd say probably within 30 days.
Within 30 days. Please get back to us on that.
Point of information.
1 second, sir. And then the Guy Benjamin, being a government school with no generator, do we have accessibility to have a generator on St. John for them?
My team has 2 100 kilowatt generators on St. John right now. They're not being utilized.
So why isn't it at Guy Benjamin?
We haven't, there's some other challenges they have to finish to make that an official shelter.
Guy Benjamin, that is?
Correct.
So but you just told me you were completed with the inspection there.
Yes, we've completed the inspection, but they're not necessarily considered as official certifiable shelters.
So why is it on the list?
Because that's still working towards hurricane season to get it set up for the...
Okay, but that throws us off. That's why I'm asking, my colleagues are asking, what are the locations for the shelters? Because it's not going to be just you putting out the information there. Other entities will assist you in putting out, trying to tell folks where to go, etc. And we don't want to be putting out information that we're not sure of.
Well, and Senator, the best way to look at that is anything with a P on that as a primary shelter, the ones that we should put out is those that we open up prior to the storm coming in.
Okay. Senator Johnson, you recognize point of information?
Thank you very much. I want the record to be very clear here, and the director just touched on what I wanted to speak about in my point of information. And the island of St. Croix, there's only 2 primary shelters. And I could look at this small island of St. John that carry 2 just like us. And when I look at the other island, I see they have practically 3 primaries. And these secondaries, if they're not prepared, we don't even need to put them on the list to consider them as secondary, but we needed to make sure we put the proper resources in them to make sure that they become a primary and not a secondary. Because your secondary is supposed to be if there's a spillover, if something happened to one of your primary, and your secondary don't have the resources and stuff that's needed to be used. I am very displeased with this list, and I just want that to be on the record. It's unacceptable for me and the island of St. Croix to tell my constituents that there's 2 primary shelters. One is medical, and Arthur Richards is a secondary, and I still say if the students could not use Arthur Richards because of whatever condition was there, there's no reason why we should be utilizing this and telling folks that this is a secondary shelter for nobody to go and stay in. I just want the record to be clear. It's unacceptable to me. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. And we understand at this time this is why we're having this discussion, so that we could iron out these things ahead of the hurricane season. But I understand your concern. I'm being asked for us to take a 2-minute recess so that they can reboot again, because we have a connectivity issue with the chambers on St. Thomas. So that we can be fully connected, we will take a quick 2-minute recess. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Monday, May 22nd, 2023 is back on record. Again, I apologize for the technical difficulty as we have some weather challenges on the Island District of St. Thomas. Before we open up the floor to questions, let me recognize the presence of our esteemed Senate President, Senator Novelli Francis Jr. Welcome. Good afternoon. At this time, the chair will recognize, where did my notes go? The chair will recognize, wow, I'm sorry. Senator DeGraff. You're recognized for 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Director Joshin and everyone, welcome. I wanted to know in terms of Act 8058, have you done any tabletop exercises where you try to contact or locate any of the seniors who are listed on this senior registry?
This Director Joshin, good afternoon, sir. As far as that exercise to go back and really contact them, we've not done that as an exercise. We have them set up to do messaging. And Commissioner Kazi-Gomez does messaging each year to go out to that particular group.
Okay, so if you could check on that for me, because again, welfare checks, tabletop exercise. So if somebody tell you, I live Bergegada, B-J-E-R-G-E. On St. Thomas, they have 3 Bergegadas. One in Savannah, one hospital ground, and one in the Upper Main Street area around Crystal Gada. So you have 3 different Bergegadas. So I would like if you look into something like that, even on St. Croix and on St. John, you may have similar name neighborhoods they could follow up on. Okay. For the first responders, do we have anything in place where you have, in the military, we used to have to provide a strip map for where your first responders live. So if we had to go and check on them after a disaster, we could follow up on them, make sure they are secured. And do we have those kind of things with the first responders, PD, fire EMS, with the National Guard members and stuff, that if their employees don't report to work, we could send a car to go and find, do we know where they live so we could check on them? Fire, PD, EMS, you have that information on hand?
Good afternoon, Senator. Assistant Director Antonio Stevens, Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service. Yes, sir, we do have a system set up for the St. John, the island of St. John.
Okay, so just for St. John, PD, Mr. Chair, could I ask PD here, the chief here on St. Thomas? I don't know if the chief on St. Croix.
Yes, both chiefs are here.
Yeah, yeah.
Who's responding?
Chief Phillips, Stephen Phillips. Can you hear him?
Media, you can recognize Chief Phillips.
Good afternoon. Okay, good. Stephen Phillips, Chief of Police, St. Thomas, St. John, Island District. Actually, we have our information through HR, and based on our policy, officers should update the location of where they reside in the districts.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, again, those are things we have to look out for. Now, Director Joshin, do we have, how could I say, I could remember in PD, after hurricanes, the equipment and services, manpower, hours and everything, who tracks all of that? So if it comes down to federal reimbursement, who tracks that information for individuals showing up to work, and then for the federal government to pay back the local government for those funds.
Senator, if I understand the question, it's really accountability for normal staff that would report to duty. That would not be reimbursable from a federal perspective. That's just us doing our jobs.
Okay, well, I know like with PD that have all the law enforcement agencies work under PD, the federal government reimburse monies to PD for that. I don't know if it's just PD or is it extended also to the first responders all around, fire, EMS.
Senator, I believe if you go into the overtime situation, then you have to account for overtime, and that's reimbursable percentage-wise through the federal government. I don't know, Sister A.C. Brooks?
Yeah, you're very correct, Director.
It's all about the overtime side, sir.
Okay, just the overtime. And we have all of that in place because, again, people work, sometimes they don't get paid. So I'd like to make sure we could check on that.
Yeah, Senator, if I can add, sir, it also has to do with ESF 13. You combined all of, not just VIPD, but all federal, all the territorial law enforcement fall underneath that. So it becomes a bit of a challenge to make sure that overtime is tracked by separate agency too.
Okay. You know, I was just listening to my colleague when he mentioned about St. Croix having 2 shelters and St. Thomas having 3. And I would just like to put for the record also that I do agree. St. Croix being the large of the island should have 4. So again, you know, let's make sure we get that situation straightened out so it doesn't become an issue on the tail end. Let's address it from beforehand. Now, the points of distribution where you have, are there any points of distribution that will be set aside for first responders? Director Joshin?
The points of distribution are set up, Senator, are not separate from first responders, but we would be able to, because they're working, we would have something we would coordinate through the EOCs for the first responders, and that's going to be a case-by-case basis. But we don't have a separate pod set up for first responders.
Okay, I think, again, that's something we should look into because, you know, when during times of disaster, everybody comes out, first responders who are there working long hours, can't get anything, you know, because they have to work. So if that's something we could look into from beforehand. Now, the curfew passes, what's the process for the curfew passes and who would they be given to?
The curfew pass process is managed by VITEMA. There's online applications to fill out, and we provide those to businesses, not individuals, persons. So the business submits the application. The suspense for finishing the application for this year is coming up at 1 June. And once it's submitted and approved, it's good for 2 years. So if you got it last year, it's good for this year also. But again, it goes back to those businesses that would be having to support key entities out and about when Governor Bryan says you should not be out and about. So we do have contractors that are working with different agencies, and they need to be out and about, but that's on a case-by-case basis, sir.
Okay, great. Now, also for how many neighborhood organizations have you made contact with for assistance during or after the storms have passed and in terms of cleaning up areas, in terms of, you know, assisting first responders or just helping out, period? How many neighborhood organizations territory-wide have you made contact with?
Senator, we work through the VOAD group and the COAD group. So those are volunteers. Territory-wise, a lot of it's faith-based group that we've reached out to them, and we've developed that support, and it's two-way. They can support us as well as we reach out to them. Also, the American Red Cross does have outreach. They have phone numbers you can call in post-event. We've done a couple of times, and they can go out to the communities as needed, sir.
Okay, and you know, my time running, probably finally I'd like to find out in regards to the Coast Guard and St. John. We have seen where days have passed before the port of St. John Cruise Bay is open. Do we have any collaboration with Coast Guard in terms of what they're looking for or how we could probably speed up the process for getting the Cruise Bay port open up?
Senator, we have very good relations with the U.S. Coast Guard, Sector San Juan, as well as on St. Thomas. We have coordination prior to the storms to make sure we understand when those port conditions go into effect. But opening the ports up is all about safety. So we definitely work with them post-event to identify the requirements. They do not clear the ports. They are authorization, but if there's something blocking that port, it's up to the territory or the private sector to get that set up and removed. But once that's done, we have to validate that there's nothing debris-wise, nothing of personnel that can be harmful down there, and then we open the ports up with the authority of the U.S. Coast Guard. But it's definitely a very coordinated effort, deliberate with the U.S. Coast Guard, by TEMA, our federal partners to include Port Authority.
No, safety first. I do agree. I just, where you rely on your line, your port for your life, if we could expedite some things. And finally, I like to say, my effort toward this hurricane preparedness and thing I started today, where I had a day of prayer, but because of the rain, that rain blessing, was able to have to put it off. I had for you, Director Josh, someone to be a part of it. You sent a package. Thank you. So just letting people know that we shifted it to June 1st, where we're going to continue and have this day of prayer. We have the clergy come in and pray for our leadership, our first responders, and different people in the entity, in the community, as my effort towards being a part of hurricane preparedness and disaster preparedness. So I'd like to make sure, if you can have someone for June 1st to be the Emancipation Garden. We could come out and start off, because all the preparation that you do, we got to keep the Almighty in all of everything we're doing. So I believe in that strongly. And like I said, June 1st has been postponed and shifted to. So I'd like everyone to be a part of it. Now, Mr. Chair, I don't know if time was called. You could let me know. I didn't hear anything.
Time was not called.
Okay. Just didn't want it to be. Okay, Director Justin, could you give me a little briefing, some more of what exercise Capstone was about?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. So it actually begins today, the 22nd of May, and accumulates this Friday. We've worked for since January really to figure out which areas we had gaps for the last couple of years, going back to 2017. We look at the plans that we've established, and in some cases, each year, this is really the third year we've done it, we will talk about plans. We talk about, again, the first level is tabletop exercises, then we look at functional exercises, and like we're doing this week with both points of distribution and shelter. We actually have a full-scale exercise, so it involves our federal partners, territory partners, but we have probably close to 800 individuals that are participating in this, including volunteer organizations.
Okay, and finally, if I may, Mr. Chair, if I could just wrap up with, is that something where you have a schedule out for the days that probably can attend?
Yes, we have a schedule posted in EOCs, primarily agencies. We do have a schedule that's posted, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. We're having a little feedback. Okay, I think we're good to go. Just on that note, for clarity as well, Madam CFO, can you put your name and title on the record and agency, please?
Good afternoon. Sandra Webster, Chief Financial Officer, VIPD.
Thank you and welcome. I asked you to come in based on the questioning that was just asked by the Senate Minority Leader. I wanted to ask you about the tracking of overtime for other law enforcement officers who may be assigned to the Virgin Islands Police Department during this time, and for FEMA reimbursement. Just quickly, is the VIPD responsible to pay these outside LEOs, law enforcement officers, that is, who are assigned to the VIPD during these times? And how are you tracking the overtime for FEMA reimbursement?
VIPD is responsible for paying the overtime for all the outside agencies.
Okay, and so when you and I was supposed to have this discussion with the former commissioner. So you pay just the overtime, or the overtime and the regular time, since they're temporarily assigned to you?
We pay the overtime.
Overtime. Okay, thank you. And how are you tracking these hours for FEMA reimbursement?
Justification letters, signed justification letters, and we keep them separately filed.
And we will be tracking them so we don't have that snafu like we had the last time.
Definitely.
Thank you. And the Director Joshin, the minority leader, also asked you about curfew passes, and your response was that they're good for 2 years. So if you had one last year, it's good for this year as well. And they're not given to individuals, but they're given to through the businesses. However, are you in direct communication with these businesses, or are they required to notify you if an individual no longer is with the company, so that you could continue to scrub this list?
For them notified by TEMA, we issued a pass out. It's up to them to manage the pass.
So for law enforcement personnel, these passes are not issued to an individual where they would have a name?
Yes, Senator. Individuals, you require a photo ID on those. So if you already have a photo ID, part of your normal business, we'll issue a sticker that has an expiration date on it. If not, part of the application process, you submit your photo for that.
Okay. Thank you. Next up, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you recognize for your 7 minutes.
Good afternoon to my colleagues. Can you hear me?
1 second, Senator. Let me just remind individuals that that the senators that are on Teams or Zoom, if you don't see them on camera, we've excused it because of the technical difficulties that we're having. But I think I do see the senator online. So you may go ahead. Your 7 minutes will commence.
Thank you. Good afternoon to my colleagues, to the people of the territory, to the testifiers today. My first set of questions, I like to deal with a lot of practical things that sometimes I see that's overlooked that are very, very important when it comes to hurricane preparedness. I want to know, what is VITEMA doing work with the Public Works Department to potentially deal with making sure that some of the drainage is cleared? One of the major things that I see after hurricanes or during hurricanes is that these drains are not cleared up, and they become a major hazard during the hurricane, where our streets become flooded almost where you could drive boats on top of them. In preparation for hurricane, are you discussing with Public Works to know what they're doing to make sure that the myriad of drainage within the Virgin Islands are cleared?
Senator Director Josh, and Department of Public Works with Commissioner Gabriel, they take great pride in their pre-storm clearance of the guts. Now, a lot of those guts, they only go up so far up and so far down, feet-wise from each of those locations, and that's one of the conversations that we have, is how far up and down you go of the guts. And again, as the season goes on, you get individuals that are throwing things into the guts. So part of the challenge is keeping the guts clear, and we do go back after the storms and analyze which guts need to go back and be cleared. But that's something that the Department of Public Works takes very, very seriously in both districts.
So in your discussions, what do you do to make sure, for example, if you know it's a problem that people are continuously dumping stuff in them, do you guys have cameras in certain areas? Because I have learned that if people have no ramifications for anything, it just continues to happen. So you could keep having pride in repeatedly going and cleaning it up, but we have to figure out some mechanism to make sure that these drainage are cleared even all year through, because we do have rain several times, especially during hurricanes. It's a problem. I also want to ask the question, one of the other things that happens during hurricanes have to do with communication. One of the things that I have noted going through several hurricanes in my lifetime, even during the last hurricane, 2017, I did note that one of the things, when your phone was not working you were able to still get out text messages. And I have had you guys before me on several occasions since the last term, and I have asked about implementing a 911 texting system. I was told the last time that it should be up. You didn't have it as part of the new update. Then I was told it should have been implemented within 6 months. So could you tell me where you guys are with that, so I could get some kind of idea that if for this upcoming hurricane season, will people be able to text in for emergencies if they can't make a phone call?
Senator, excellent question. Text for 911 is a implementation process. We have gone forward and we've actually purchased the equipment. The purchased equipment has arrived. We're in the process of setting up both St. Thomas and St. Croix through ITEMA. And we also have to test that with our providers to make sure it does work. So we have taken that, your request to make it happen. We have upgraded the telephone systems last year to give us the capability. So we are there, but we're not quite there yet today.
What do you think you'll be able to be there? At least by September or so, when we know historically we've had hurricanes in our territory?
Senator, if I can,
is there a time frame?
If I can, to the chair, I'd like to reply written to you on that one, because I have to go back and talk to my IT staff as well as to the providers on that one to give you a more realistic time frame.
I would appreciate it. Through the chair, I'm requesting Mr. Joshing be able to provide that information to us as a committee. I also want to find out a little bit about how one of my colleagues, my predecessor that just spoke, had a piece of legislation when it comes to registering seniors. As you know, during the hurricane season, there are going to be people that might not have individuals to assist them to get to the shelters or whatever the case. Have you had a plan to partner with Human Services, the health department, whatever the case is, to assist with this senior registry to see or check on individuals that might need assistance to be able to get to shelters?
Commissioner, I'm going to ask Commissioner Ocasio-Gomez to answer that question, please.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Yes, we definitely partner with ITEMA. We have a list of seniors that we currently work with. And there are some seniors that are living independently. I feel like my mic is going in and out. You can hear. And so we do partner with them and make sure we have a list. Right now we have 817 people on the senior disaster registry list, or the elder independent adult list.
Okay, thank you so much for telling me that, because I really think that's very important that we're able to reach our seniors in times of crisis. I want to ask a question, Mr. Joshing, when it comes to, again, education and training. What I understand, we do a lot of stuff with tsunami training, and we've seen where we've taken off days to do preparedness and moving through the public, et cetera. But I want to touch on the tsunamis, because I knew during the last hurricane, that became an issue where some of them were damaged. And as you know, during hurricanes, it is a possibility that tsunamis might also be an issue because of what's happening seismically within our environment. So I'm asking the question, what is the updated status with the tsunami system? Is everything back online? Is everything back up and working? What's the status?
Thank you for the question, Senator. We have a total of 44 tsunami sirens that have been repaired. I use the word repaired loosely because we have to go back and test these. We test these the third Thursday of every month. We did one last week. We had 11 o'clock in the morning. We conducted exercise to test those sirens. It's called Know the Tone. It's 60 seconds the siren sounds. 11 o'clock on St. Croix District and 11:15 on St. Thomas, Water Island, and St. John. I can report that St. Thomas, we only have 2 of those sirens out of 20 total between St. Thomas, St. John, and Water Island that are not working, and they haven't been working since even before the repair piece. We acknowledge they're not working, and we have to work with the contractor to get him back on island in order to repair those 2. Island of St. Croix, of the 17 we have right now, 9 of those are not working. So 9 out of 17 are not working. We also identify the root cause for half of those. Other root cause, we're still trying to figure out what they are, but we have to get our contractor back in the territory to look at those additional ones and get those repaired. Some of them are simple as batteries being replaced, batteries been damaged, solar panels not aligned, telecommunications, back to the repeaters, not aligned property, but that's something we have to go back and work with our contractor on.
Okay. So we're still in the process of trying to get some of those updated. Did somebody say time? I want to make sure.
Yes, time was called,
Did
but
I hear time?
yes, but you could
Okay.
you
May
could
I
go
ask-
ahead. You can complete.
Okay, thank you. This is for Commissioner Kazi Gomez. I would like to know what you guys are doing in regards to, we have a homeless situation here in the territory along with individuals with mental health. What programs or what execution is in place to assist with those individuals so they will be aware? Because it's one thing for us to be putting the information out of the radio, television, social media, but if you're homeless, a lot of these people, even those with mental health, might not have a clue. How do you work with making sure these individuals do get the help they need and are able to get to shelters?
We have a director of, thank you, Kimberly Kazi Gomez, Commissioner of Human Services. We have a director of nonprofits that works with them, and those nonprofit agencies work directly with the homeless population, and so they're able to get the information needed to them directly. So in the event that they need shelter, they can work with us. As far as the behavioral health unit, I would have to refer to Department of Health because that's under their purview.
Thank you so much for the response. Mr. Chair, thank you for the additional time. I will wait for the second round.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. Again, piggybacking from the good senator, she spoke to the collaboration between Vitima and the phone companies. What's the relationship like between Vitima and the phone companies, Via and the cell phone companies? And I ask that because, we've seen a drastic difference than years past to now, where Via has now changed to some battery-operated phone. In the past, you could have talked till you drop. Now you have a battery-operated phone that's supposed to have a life of I don't know how long, but a lot of our seniors have complained that the batteries weren't lasting. So what's your relationship like? That's all I want to know. What's your relationship like? And if it's not good, let's get it fixed.
No, the telecom providers come to each of my emergency management meetings, EMC meetings. They come. I have Via, I have Liberty, I have T-Mobile. Definitely very good talking. They're also part of our private sector group we've talked about, and they're very much part of the restoration process following a storm. So I would say we have a very strong communications as far as technology changes. Sometimes we're aware of that. Sometimes we're not aware of that as far as the consequences of impact to our seniors.
Great. And what's your collaboration like between Vitima and the Department of Public Works? She also spoke about the cleaning of the guts and whatnot, and that was something that I was going to ask, so we could just clear it out right there now. The guts and bridges and whatnot in the event of severe weather. Have there been a joint assessment? What's being done with regards to our guts and the bridges throughout the territory?
Senator, I would say it's not a joint assessment, but the Department of Public Works, they do go out and they have a time frame and they give me percentages as far as when they have an actual, an opportunity to clean those guts. Again, they take great pride in doing that before the storms. Following the storms, even pre-positioning, Commissioner Gabriel has a route clearance plan that we reviewed and has been approved to make sure he can pre-position vehicles out there to start that debris removal very much up front.
So when I say collaboration, the ESC, someone from Public Works would sit on the ESC, correct?
Yes, right now
So that individual should be coming back and reporting on these things so that Vitima and everyone that's a part of the ESC could have full knowledge and not on the day of an event that we're running helter-skelter.
Correct.
Okay, so at some point they will expect an update on the guts and bridges throughout the territory. And lastly, she spoke to the homeless individuals being in the shelters and whatnot. That was addressed by Commissioner Kazi Gomez. but something that we spoke about on the side, pets. Are pets allowed in the shelters?
Not all the shelters. We have 2 designated pet shelters, 1 in each district. And
Okay.
I believe it's St. Croix Educational Complex for St. Croix, and is it Udo or Ken? Lockhart for St. Thomas.
So as we go forward, all this needs to be part of the discussion so that individuals could have this knowledge ahead of time.
Not all pets. We make sure we'll clarify what type of pets are allowed.
Thank you so much for that. And thank you, Senator, for your question. Senator Bolkes, are you online and ready?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and before I recognize you, allow me to recognize the presence of our esteemed St. Croix Senator, Senator Diane T. Capehart. Welcome, our Rules and Judiciary Committee Chair. Senator Bolkes, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, Central staff. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience, and good afternoon to our testifiers of VITEMA, VI Police Department, VI National Guard, Human Services, VI Fire EMS, and the American Red Cross. I wanted to start out with Mr. Joshin, Director Joshin. I wanted to know how frequently is the TEOP updated? I understand that in April 2022 was the most recent update, and there were a number of emergency support functions and hazard-specific annexes that were revised, some to include threat active shooter, cyber attacks, hurricane, tropical storm, earthquakes, tsunamis, and pandemic human. I'm very, very interested in I know that this is a disaster recovery sort of hurricane hearing. However, I'm very interested in the cyber attack because I've read the document and I didn't quite see any action plans for those scenarios, and hopefully we can dialogue with that offline. So I wanted to know concerning the hurricane tropical storm in the TEOP, were there any considerable updates back in 2022 of April?
Senator, as far as I'll call it the base document for the Terror Tournament Operations Plan, earlier it was adding the community lifelines. That was something that had come up from FEMA, the 6 community lifelines. We want to include that in the TEOP, if you will. There's also separate annexes that are outside of that. For example, the Patient Movement Evacuation Annex managed by the Department of Health. They maintain that separately. That was updated in October 2022. So that's not tied directly to the TEOP, but it's referenced in that TEOP. As far as a minimum update, we will do it every 3 years unless something drastically changes or we find a gap that we didn't address going forward.
Very well. Thank you for that answer, sir. I understand that you've also had a substantial change in your agency concerning personnel. What is the status of your staffing levels currently?
Right now, the only change that I'm tracking right now is I have an acting logistics individual because my primary logistics individual has been out for medical reasons for the last month and a half.
Okay, but based on that, do you still feel that you have the adequate amount of staff needed for, or in the event of a disaster?
We have an opening for our EOC over on St. Thomas we'd like to fill, and that's definitely one we wouldn't get filled, and it's been open for a while. The 911 staffing, we did some tremendous outreach for that in the last couple of months, and thanks to my Assistant Director Peterson, our 2 our 2 911 supervisors, Ms. Philomene, Director for Human Services. So we've actually filled at least 6 positions at 911. We have additional 11 we're ready to fill once we can open up with OMB to add that staffing in that. So we had a tremendous gap, but we've closed that gap right now, sir.
Okay. Are there any, what you would categorize as critical hires that you would like to make right now?
I think critical hires right now, I would say not until I get through this exercise to see how individuals perform, but I have to work within the OMB, Division of Personnel responsibilities and hiring practices that we have.
Very well. Would you also provide some clarity on your Focus Readiness Initiative and how have you, has it changed in the last few years?
The last few years, each year we get it, we actually add a little more stress to it. For example, 3 years ago, we were just developing shelter plans. Then we had a shelter tabletop exercise. This year, we're actually conducting this Wednesday on St. Thomas, a complex and actual shelter exercise. We'll open the shelters up, and on that's on St. Croix will be complex, and St. Thomas is going to be a Dora-Ken cafeteria and gymnasium. So each year, we want to make those a little bit more stressful for us, a little bit more of a capacity to put those out in the territory. Same with our points of distribution. We'll be running Thursday 2 exercises, actually opening up a points of distribution, exercising that, and actually having National Guard bring commodities there, have workers there to support that, and have staff to manage that. So each year we want to get better and better with our capacity to run these exercises, whether it's a full-scale exercise or whether it's just talking on discussions like debris removal this year. We finished our plan a few weeks ago. Now we want to sit down and have a good discussion about how we're going to handle debris removal between Department of Property and Procurement, the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Army Corps of Engineers, and of course, Waste Management Authority.
Okay, so let's switch the focus now to what would be considered emergency contracting.
2 minutes.
Do you have a plan for using any standby or emergency contracting, and have you ensured that these plans or contracts meet the federal procurement regulations? Because remember now, once the governor executes an executive order, he can waive territorial requirements, but he cannot waive federal requirements.
Using the Department of Property in procurement, that's the main vehicle by which the contracts are managed and maintained. Of course, you have to have the proper licensing business with the territory, the government of the islands, in order to have that contract. So that's...
And your current day-to-day contracts meet federal procurement regulations, right?
I cannot answer the federal part of that, sir. I can answer the territorial side of that.
Okay, very well, very well. Now, also, does your accounting or timekeeping system allow or the entry or storage of separate time records for employees, both for the time when they're spending working for a disaster, or specifically, you know, for their duties for a disaster, and the time spent working for non-disaster duties and tasks? Because you remember now that in the past, and the chairman was very vocal about this last legislature concerning things like premium pay for individuals who work specifically during those times, or COVID pay. Do you track time separately in those instances? How do you differentiate?
I would say similar to what we talked about VIPD, it's really the overtime. If you're an employee of the territorial government, you work the 40-hour work week, you work with whatever that is. It's if the overtime is being done because of disaster, that has to be tracked separately by each agency in order to get any federal reimbursement for that based upon a disaster. And remember, disaster has to be a major disaster declaration approved by FEMA in order to get any reimbursement.
Okay.
Time.
Mr. Chair, may I please?
You may conclude. You may conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Joshin, if a disaster causes what is known as a housing crisis, what plans or if there are any relaxing regulations to allow sort of long-term sheltering for citizens within our borders, do you collaborate with like the Housing Authority or Housing Finance Authority and public sector housing providers to establish these exemptions or temporary discounts?
We would definitely have to do a coordination with the Housing Authority for that. FEMA's been very clear about the word temporary housing. They do not support any temporary housing here immediately after. We will do the blue roof contracted, if you will. That's the only real level they go to. But part of the restoration process will definitely work with whatever's available from the longer term perspective to get housing up and operational. But it's definitely something that have to be done separately, working with Housing Finance Authority.
Thank you, Director Joshin, for your answers. And Mr. Chair, thank you for the time and your leniency.
Thank you, Senator at-large Bulkers. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon to the viewing and listening audience. Before I get deep into all of my questions in regards to these shelters, Director Joshin, anyone on your team can tell us anything about Lime Tree, if that cleanup has been completed, because God forbid if we have a storm and all of that coke is still on the ground, what it can do to the island of St. Croix, regardless of what part of the island you live. with a storm swirling around, it goes in any direction. Can anybody emphasize anything on what's the status with that coke at that plant?
All right, Senator, if I understand your question, this has to do with the de-inventory of the 3 chemicals that Port Hamilton Refinery and Transportation are under the mandate of the EPA to do.
Yes.
Yes, as of this last Saturday, the update that I received, they have started the last chemical, which is the LPG, the inventory of that. They're 80% through with the what's called rich amine solutions, and a lot of that has already been taken into the container port and is in the process of being taken outside the territory to Texas to actually be put in these deep wells that are going forward. The second one is the anhydrous ammonia. They've finished taking all the anhydrous ammonia liquid and putting it into the actual containers called ISO tanks. Then they're trying to find a purchaser for that, and then that will be sold to whoever purchases that. And the last one is the LPG for de-inventory. So we have really good coordination with Port Hamilton.
Thank you. Now, let's get back a little bit to that, that list that you sent out. And I really do have a problem with it. The island of St. John, as I said a minute ago, has 2 primary shelters. The island of St. Croix have 2 primary shelters. Does this add up or make any sense to any of you guys?
Senator, it makes sense from these are the ones that we've evaluated and we feel comfortable making primary shelters, and primaries can be secondaries also. We do want to emphasize, the Department of Human Services and myself and Red Cross, we really want individuals to look at sheltering at home, sheltering with friends, neighbors as their primary method of sheltering. Only if as a last resort, come to these shelters, and that we have the capacity of 739 on St. Croix at Complex, and DC Canada 53. So each shelter you open up requires individuals, VIPD, Red Cross, Human Services to be there. So I think the challenge is the 2 that we have on St. Croix, the ones that we have on St. Thomas, Eudora, Ken, we have 2 there in very close proximity. This is a good start for us. After you have a disaster, you can reassess and find out if you need to open up additional shelters and what it's going to take to open those shelters up. But right now, the work that we've done between American Red Cross, Department of Education, VI Fire, EMS, Department of Human Services.
Thank you very much. Unacceptable for me. That's my position on the size of the island of St. Croix. Now, you spoke about shelters needing showers. 6 of the shelters. Have a contract been issued to start building these showers? And if it is, when will it start and will it be completed for those shelters that don't have showers?
If I understand the question, Senator, you're asking about showers at these shelters. The primary shelters initially going through for a storm coming through would not have showers set up. Afterwards, we would contract, and I can ask the Commissioner of Human Services if you want to talk more details on that. But right now, one of the gaps we identified in all of these places we're going to, most of the gymnasiums, there are no working showers. Exception, I would say, is Complex. They've worked very hard in the last year to get showers up and operational and their pumps to operate. So I really thank the Commissioner of Education for what she's done for that. But really, only post-event will we be able to get shower contracts going, sir.
All right, let me go to Lindback and then come back to you. General Lindback, I want to ask a question in regards to the process of payment for service members during emergency. Has this been rectified yet?
Senator, Director Johnson, I know he had to leave to go to the airport, and he was going to connect in if he had the opportunity.
All right, let's go back to you, Director Johnson. The generators at the shelter, when last were they given any kind of maintenance? And are the backup generators for the shelters, are they in place and have they been maintained? And when was the last time that was maintained?
Senator, the shelters on St. Thomas at Lockhart School is run once a week, part of their normal maintenance that's being done. We've always had very good support from Lockhart. The 2 generators identified for Eudora Ken are Vitima generators. They were sent out there last week, 2 weekends ago for hooking up and setting up for that. They've been commissioned, so those are very much operational. The ones that we have at DC Canagata, we found out when we checked them last week, there were 2 bad batteries, so they're in the process of being repaired for that, as well as over in Complex. One of the generators there at Complex needs to get 2 new batteries for that. The one at SeaTech is operational. So that's part of the maintenance we have set up, and we have to replace some batteries on that due to the lack of the trickle charge that was being done over time.
What are your lists of volunteers for your pod look like? Have you been getting people signing up and being trained and equipped to perform?
I'll ask Commissioner Kazi-Gomez to address the volunteers.
Hi,
Please.
good day, Senator. So we are looking for additional pod volunteers. We do have our DHS will take control of the management portion of the pod, and we've also will have Ving and other resources provided. Yes, we have conducted training, multiple trainings last week, and we'll continue this week with the capstone, and we did it last year as well. So we're always on the workforce, because if you're looking at the pods, the shelters, and then all the other 24-hour resources that Human Services does, it does take a toll on our current workforce. And so, yes, we are continuously looking for volunteers for all aspects.
Have you been making an announcement, making sure that you do some PR and let people know that these are necessities that are needed for if a storm comes, that we'll have staffing well prepared and ready to go?
We'll do additional PR around it. Thank you for the suggestion.
Thank you very much. And Director Johnson, through the chair, can we get a copy of the after-action report from your exercises so we can see what our strengths and what our weaknesses are like based on these exercises that you have had? I would like for us to get a copy through the chair. Would that be possible?
Yes, Senator. After we brief Governor Bryan on Friday, I'll provide a copy of that briefing to the chair.
Time.
Was time, Mr. Chair?
Yes, but you may conclude.
My questions really was for, I had a good bit of questions for Limbacher, and I was just going back to those questions. But let me wrap up on this question here then.
Before you go to the question, I could tell you General Limbacher had to go to catch a flight, but he will sign on. So when he come back, I'll allow you to ask him those questions, but you could ask the other question to whomever else is here.
Okay. I guess Justin will answer this one. Will all shelters be accommodations for the disabled community?
And the shelter, this is Commissioner Kazi-Gomez. Are you clarifying for shelters? So if you have a medical special, if you have a medical special health care need, then we're pre-identifying those, and they'll be going to the medical shelter. If you have a disability, majority of, not all of our shelters are ADA accessible, but we do accommodations as well. So it's in the best interest. If we know you and you know where you're coming, then we'll make sure that we are happy to assist. If you get there, and then we'll make sure that we do accommodations as well. So we're happy to take everyone.
And last but not least, Assistant Commissioner for PD, Mr. Brooks.
Yes, Senator.
I see that I was looking on TV today and I saw this big conference going on in Trinidad and Tobago. And what struck me more about it than anything else, I saw the Virgin Islands flag there, but no representation from the Virgin Islands Police Department, where all of these commissioners are meeting with planning for the Caribbean to have this joint effort with connecting with all the crime that is happening in this entire Caribbean network. Why no one is in there to that conference?
You're talking about the Association of Caribbean Commissioners of Police. Last year, myself and Assistant Commissioner Elsko attended. This year, due to some budgetary and time constraints, we were unable to attend.
Budgetary on pass, because if there's one thing I noticed, if legislation and the 34th,
I understand.
I always make sure law enforcement get whatever money they need. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. You could finish your response.
Yes, I can assure that the senator's concerns, we do have communication with the ACCP. For those personnel that won't be physically attending, there will be communications and discussion relative to the conference. It's a conference down in Trinidad. That's what he's talking about.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner Brooks. And going back to something that he just asked you about, Commissioner Kazi-Gomez, with regards to the shelters. Is there any collaboration with the ADA office, the local ADA office?
Yes, Julian Henley sits on all of our calls, including our 7:30 a.m. shelter call on Fridays.
Okay. And Red Cross, before I go to the next speaker, what specifically is your role during this time at the shelters? Pull it to you. And media, Ms. Beezer is on this end?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. We manage the dormitory in the shelters. So we, along with Human Services, we handle the registration process. We also attend to the needs of clients in the shelter. We are the ones who provide the cots, both medical and regular cots. We feed for the first 72 hours and provide services as needed.
So you are responsible for the cots. Do we have sufficient cots for the shelters that the director spoke of today?
I don't have figures with me, but we do have warehouse both on St. Thomas and St. Croix, and we also have cots and blankets and what we call comfort kits, which are toiletries on St. John. So all three islands do have those supplies. For Water Island, we also have cots and blankets and comfort kits as well.
Director Joshin, have you been able to place your eyes on these equipments that the Red Cross is talking about to be comfortable in knowing that we have sufficient cots?
For the island of St. Thomas, I've had a chance to get into the warehouse and see what they have for there. I know we had a swap out on the island of St. John with some old equipment that was replaced last year and some help from Vitima to make that occur. On St. Croix, I've seen a lot of the cots from other reasons for that, for using. We use them ourselves for certain pieces. So I feel very confident we have cots that are available, whether it's the right quantity. That's another piece we'll have to go back and figure out. And just how do we get additional cots in here from the Red Cross supply chain will be one of our discussions also.
So I'm not comfortable. So after this meeting, I'll be doing a follow-up with you so that myself, along with any other senator that may want to join us, that we're able to see for ourselves that we have sufficient cots and other items that will be needed to run these shelters.
Right.
Thank you. Senator Fonseca, Mr. Vice Chair, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time. And a special welcome to all of the distinguished panel of testifiers here before us today. My fellow Virgin Islanders, greetings, welcome, and blessing, good afternoon. Hurricane preparation is extremely important for the Virgin Islands. Recent natural disasters have cost the Virgin Islands and other Caribbean islands billions of dollars. Right now, as you're aware, we're still in the recovery mode from Irma and Marilyn. Unfortunately, sometimes, there's terrible accidents, even deaths. That is why it's so important. And many of our people do pray to our Almighty Father in heaven in a special way because it is through His power that He can bless us and spare us for these storms. And there was a prayer and reflection schedule, as our colleague from Savan had said, and is going to be rescheduled. You know, we in the Virgin Islands, we experience a storm way different from most of the United States. You know, in the United States, you can evacuate to another location, or you could even drive your family to one state away from the storm. You know, you can even stay in a hotel with your family and friends and watch the storm on TV. You know, Chairman Gittins, you could hear them say, wow, you see how that roof blew off, my son? But in the VI, you know, excuse my English, we can't go nowhere. We staying right here, my son. We are limited to where we can move around. We can't evacuate, and I'm serious. So Director Joshin, right? I'm recommending that we look at things different. You know, we need the ability to be able to track storms better. So I want to ask if the Virgin Islands is investing in the technology to be able to predict the storm coordinates and movements. You know, on page 3 of your testimony, you state, Director Joshin, that Vitima has no dedicated staff for weather forecasts. Vitima has no dedicated staff for weather forecasts. This is what the director of Vitima is telling the legislature today. Now, we understand you work closely with the National Weather Service in Puerto Rico, and they are connected to the, you know, the guys them in Texas or wherever it is, the real National Weather Service. No matter how much computer power you have, you still need humans to interpret these models and the data, you know. So that's where a skilled meteorologist comes in. So Mr. Jessen, Director Jessen, I'm asking you, do you have a meteorologist on the Vitima staff?
No, I do not.
You see, because we all know when the storm comes into Puerto Rico, they tend to forget about the VI. When the storm comes to hit Florida, even though it ain't reached the VI yet, they done predicting where the storm go hit in the United States. You know, we see them on TV. They'll be making a forecast. Oh, the American model say they're going to hit Florida. But the European model got it going North Carolina. And all this time, we getting a beating right here. But they're saying they're going Florida, North Carolina. We getting a beating right here. We need to be able to track the storms, coordinate, you know. Director Joshins, I want to ask you a question. There's an American model and a European model. Which model is more accurate for tracking a storm in the Caribbean?
Senator, I work with the National Weather Service in Puerto Rico. They're the ones that do the forecast analysis, specifically the impact of the territory. They provide the coordinates to get the time, the movement. That's my source to go to. That's who I use. I don't talk about models X, Y, Z. I go to the National Weather Service in Puerto Rico. They're 24 hours a day. They have licensed meteorologists. That's my source, sir.
I'm sorry. My question was a direct question you did not answer. Please answer this question. Which model, the American model or the European model, is more accurate for tracking a storm in the Caribbean?
2 minutes.
Senator, I'm not a meteorologist. I cannot answer that question.
Good. Thank you very much. You see, I'm recommending we need to develop our ability to generate our own storm tracking information, such as the storm eye coordinates, the Atlantic Ocean water temperature, the wind speed, the atmospheric pressure, the sea level pressure. You know, there's models going back for 25 to 40 years. These American and European models, they have data going back for 25 to 40 years. This is not rocket science. This is historical information. We need to have our own meteorologists putting it in. Because you know what? In Point Udall in St. Croix, that's the most southernest and the easternest part of the America. And when a storm come in here, we in the Virgin Islands know that Storm Udall, Point Udall in St. Croix should have a Doppler radio station, weather station, because they can tell us where the storm coming. Point Udall in St. Croix. So my question is, how much does a Doppler radio weather station cost? Because, you know, the federal government is spending billions of dollars for these storms. So surely they will listen to the VI.
Time.
You know, we got to think local, think global, but act local. I am sure if we was to petition the federal government, they will give us permission to have a Doppler weather station in Point Udall, St. Croix, rather than us having to rely on St. Croix. So my question is the VI allowed also to network with other Caribbean islands that are vulnerable like us? Can we share weather tracking information to St. Kitts, Antigua, Dominica, all these places where they get hit before us most of the time? Mr. Joshin, do we have permission to share storm coordinates, et cetera, with the other Caribbean islands?
Senator, yes, we do. We work with National Hurricane Center. What's put out publication-wise is really for public domain. So there's nothing secret-wise that I have different than what anybody else can publicly. I may know about an hour ahead of time before they publish it, but whatever is put out, National Weather Service and the hurricane site, forecast-wise, exact same thing that would be available for St. Kitts or any other island nation that would be able to access that through the internet, sir.
Time.
Mr. Chair, can I be allowed to finish my last question?
You may conclude.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Because you see, some storms form very quickly in our immediate area, even before the National Weather Service can send a hurricane tracking aircraft to provide us with the warnings and updates. We all remember Hurricane Fiona a couple years ago. They sent a plane from Timbuktu, someplace in Latin America, to fly into this storm. Well, we got St. Croix, a big international airport right there. Why couldn't that plane come from St. Croix? You know, Hugo mash up St. Croix, but it wasn't such a big storm for the National Weather Service. You know, I remember a few years ago with Louis, there was a storm, Hurricane Louis was a big storm, bad storm. It went way to the north of us. My boss even said, well, I'm glad Louis passed because now I'm going to take off a couple days, Fonseca. Little do you know, a storm named Marilyn formed right here in the VI and beat us up. So what I'm saying is that the National Weather Service is sometimes wrong and inaccurate about these storms, and we need to develop our own ability to track these storms to protect our lives. Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Fonseca. Mr. President, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to you, my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. And good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. I too want to join in saying, well, happy belated Police Week. We certainly celebrated Police Week last week. And this week we have the EMS Recognition Week. So again, this commendation. We're very proud of our first responders and our public safety sector, because when everyone else is running away from danger, they are running into danger. So I continue to salute you. My hat's off. Director Joshin, I'm a little bit peeved and disappointed when I'm hearing that there's only 2 shelters on the island of St. Croix. This government has failed our people in being able to provide adequate housing assistance to them over the last several years. We have asked them to spend some time with family and friends during that time, and now again, we're asking them during this hurricane season to find themselves with family and friends. Have you ever had to stay with family and friends? You can only stay there for a couple of days before they want you out. We've been asking them to spend days, weeks, and months with family and friends. We have individuals that are sleeping in cars, sleeping in tents. You guys, you're from the District of St. Croix. The Commissioner of Human Services is from the District of St. Croix. You guys must be out of touch. You all must be out of touch. We have people, again, during this hurricane season that I know if there's any announcement of a hurricane heading this way, it's not going to be easy. There's so much anxiety involved in just the thought of a hurricane heading this way. Just going into the hurricane season, we have to do better. We have to do better and at least not take the easy road out by saying this is all that we can certify as shelters. We have to find adequate space for our people and pray. And pray that they don't need it. It's like an insurance policy. We cannot just simply say, all we can find is 2, and then that's it. We have a number of individuals that I know will need to be sheltered if we have a storm heading this way. Safety is paramount and tantamount. We have to revisit that. I'm pleading and begging you to go back to the drawing board and look at this and see how best we could address the situation of allowing for shelters, additional shelters besides just the 2. We have 3 on St. Thomas, 2 on St. John. And we're asking the larger landmass that it's okay to only have 2. Our people deserve better. I'm not going to sit back and allow that to happen. We have to do better than this. You know, for 35 years I spent in government. And our role have always been to provide for our people. And it just hurt my heart today to hear this is what we have to face. It bothers me, truly. I wanted to ask you, shifting gear a little bit, because I have a great deal of respect for you, you know that, both of you.
May I talk about capacity for a moment?
I don't want to hear about no capacity. I want us to find shelter for our people. The after action report. In regards to the after action report, have we done the after action report for Irma and Maria yet?
The after action report answer is yes, Senator.
Okay, and have we been able to glean from that, or are we utilizing that as a roadmap in which we're preparing for this hurricane season?
Yes, we have, Senator.
Okay, and you're satisfied that that after action report really just kind of do a SWOT analysis of the areas of improvement that's required, what we're able to do good at, and what we'll work hard to improve in the future?
It's a very thorough report, very focused, unbiased from FEMA with a lot of input about where we should focus our efforts. So yes, sir.
Very well. In regards to the Virgin Islands Police Department, in terms of tracking of our manpower strength and manpower readiness during these storms, do you have a good handle and where we at with that? We have a lot of younger officers that don't have the same level of tenacity and commitment in regards to coming out during these time of emergencies. Have we been able to at least look at our numbers and see how best we'll be able to utilize the manpower? Assistant Commissioner?
Yes, Senator. So we are conducting, through our HR office, conducting a scrub of all our personnel. So we're tracking where each and every one of our personnel are currently located, where they are assigned, and then through the Chief's office, and I'll have the Chief speak a little more in depth about that relative to, as we enter into the hurricane season, they will conduct more what we call body inventory personnel, basically, and scrub our books to see who we have are functional as opposed to who are not. Because as you know, coming from the office yourself, not because you see 300 officers on the books mean you actually have 300 officers. We do have those that may be sick, shut in, and so forth. So we have to conduct those. We continue to conduct those type of analyses as we move deeper into the hurricane season.
2 minutes.
I'll let the Chief speak more on that for their respective districts.
Chief?
Good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon.
Yes, sir. We, on the St. Croix district, we have been monitoring our manpower, sworn and civilian personnel. We've been, like the commissioner stated, we've been keeping in contact with our HR office to ensure, we know the numbers, where they're at, and so forth. I think we're actually looking for, we've been tweaking a form so that we could get some more information, and we'll be sending out shortly. But as far as the manpower goes, we've been paying very close attention to it for the past couple months. You know, once we move forward into this season, we should have everything completed as far as that new form and, you know, getting all the information in.
Very well. Human Services, in regards to Meals on Wheels and access to medication and those type of things for our seniors, have we had a plan? Have we been doing any level of engagement to make sure that we're working in sync to provide meals or medication assistance to our seniors?
That's constant. That's part of our mandate that we do. We do have a little bit of a wait list for our Meals on Wheels, just based on the fact that the workforce as well as the funding for it. So it is a concern for me as far as the number of people that we can currently serve. Medications, we have a couple of different options. So we do have, you know, Medicaid obviously helps pay for medication, but we have 2 other programs that help with that as well.
Very well.
Time.
And Mr. Chair, if I may just
you sure may
wrap up with this. What about this hurricane season that give each and every one of you a reason for pause? You know, what do you see as perhaps being problematic going into the hurricane season, and how are you endeavoring to address that? I'll just ask each of the individuals here to speak to that.
All right, from Director Joshua's perspective, I think two things. One, you know, those of us that work in the government have to show up after the storms. We need to be prepared before the storms. So I think making sure our own homes and families are taken care of, I want to make sure that's priority number 1. Priority number 2 is as we do outreach to individuals to be prepared. We spent, 6 hours yesterday at UVI outreach for hurricane. Very few people showed up. I think individuals don't take it seriously until you're 72 hours out, and I talk about the threat is going to come to St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John. Everybody runs for the stores. We need to prepare now, Senator, in order to be successful for the storm coming on. If not, we're just going to be mass mayhem, and so we need to listen to the advice that we give everybody.
I think for VIPD, Senator, I think you touched on it initially, is manpower. It's always our major concern. The assets that we have, that capacity to be able to cover where we need to cover. But more importantly, it's the preparation for our officers prior to a storm making landfall, because these officers work in excess of 24 hours, 48 hours straight through once a storm makes landfall. And it's quite difficult for you to be out here policing and supporting the community when you're unsure what's going on at home. So for us, that's the biggest portion. Secondly on the list is our assets, vehicles, the protection of those vehicles. So that's one of the things that we've been discussing in our meetings. How do we protect our vehicles? Because those are the only means of transportation for us to get to and from to support the community and to support ourselves. So those are the two, the top of the list for us. Our civilian personnel, we're working towards getting them out there because we can't do it without them. And we always, I know last week was Police Week, and that's for sworn, but I didn't want to take this opportunity to thank the civilians for what they do for us. But we need to make sure that they're covered also, because they're the ones that support us and ensure that our officers not only are paid, but they get the resources that they need to get the jobs done. So those are the top things for us.
Human Services, Kimberly Causey Gomez. Workforce, we talked about the limit to workforce and capacity. I'm more concerned about my staff's mental health at this point. We've been going since 2017, and then COVID hit. So we haven't stopped either, even though we're not necessarily looked at as the first responders. We are still running 4 24-hour facilities, and we're around the clock. We do adult protective services and emergency and intake services. So we do, you know, we're here to serve. I'm really concerned about some of our elderly that have no family or friends. You know, maybe we don't even know about them. Maybe they were not on our list. So I think that the frail and elderly and those with disabilities are my most concern. And of course, you know, I talked a little bit about my staff.
You may.
Just quickly in regards to downtime and stuff like that, I think that you have that within your purview as a commissioner to perhaps you know, work with your directors to perhaps give individuals a day off in between or whatever, because we're right smack into a hurricane season once again. So I don't know that we have a whole lot of time that they'll be able to get a significant amount of downtime, but I think a day or two would at least, you know, give them a little bit of a rest.
Agreed. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Previously, Mr. Acting Commissioner.
Yes.
You needed to put something on record?
Yes, I'm going to have to.
I know you asked to be excused
Yes.
earlier for your flight.
Yes.
So
Back to St. Thomas.
your respective chiefs will
take
be
the lead.
available?
Yes, the respective chief in either district will take the lead in my absence.
Okay. And the CFO will be here just in case we
Yes.
have any other questions administratively.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You may, sure you may, Senator Diane Caper, you're recognized for a quick question to the commissioner before he leaves.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson Kenny Giddens. I just wanted to ask one question as you're leaving. You mentioned one of your challenges is manpower. Just a suggestion or just an idea. Would it be possible for the police department to reach out to your retirees to start working on a contract? Say you have, say, 30 individuals who've retired but won't mind coming back into work during a natural disaster. So before the disaster, you prepare contracts, and you see during that time of the natural disaster, before and after, that these individuals are able to assist the police department.
Definitely something worth looking into. I can tell you that about 2 years ago, we actually looked into bringing in some of the retirees, but there were some concerns with the retirement system and monies and payout. But this is definitely something, maybe there may be a clause in here or something here where we may be able to make some adjustments and work something out. So definitely something worth looking into.
Yeah.
Thank you.
As it pertains to retirement, is just a certain amount of hours that they can work, and I don't think that, they would be required to work past 6 months.
Yeah.
So I think that's probably a suggestion for your department that can help with manpower shortages.
Jeff, definitely will take that into consideration.
Thank you. Happy Police Week.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. And just before you're recognized, and I love her question. As Acting Commissioner Brooks will be having this conversation in the near future, as there's a bill that I would like to propose, but I wanted some more input called the police reserves, so that they can address assistant department in times like these. This is separate and apart from the auxiliary unit. All right, so thank you, Madam Rules Chair, for that. And before I recognize her, your excuse so you could catch your flight. Don't say that I kept you back and you're late to get. That wouldn't be an excuse at the airlines. Chief and Director, y'all could transition over once he leaves. I wanted to ask, as the transition is being made, previously the at-large senator spoke to who is essential and spoke to premium pay, and the Senate President spoke to tenacity and commitment of VIPD personnel. But I wanted to go a little extra, the tenacity and commitment from government employees, period, which sends me to ask you, Director, who are the persons by position title responsible to man these shelters? Not by personnel name, but meaning, is it government officials, government employees required to man these shelters?
The Department of Human Services is the lead agency for this, and they have authorized trained individuals in there. That's the responsibility.
So either you or Commissioner Gomez, who are the trained individuals that will be required to man these shelters? So besides, excuse me, and besides the volunteers of the Red Cross?
So each shift, and when you open a shelter, there's shifts and there's got to be manpower. So you should have a shelter manager, shelter workers, Virgin Islands Police Department, you have custodial workers, you have...
so let's slow it down there. So who will be...
Majority
who are required to be the shelter managers and shelter, what else you said?
Shelter workers.
Yeah, so who are the shelter managers and the shelter workers?
The majority are government workers.
From what agencies?
Usually human services.
Usually human services. What about the, is there a nurse or someone at each shelter?
Yes, that's required, and that's usually Department of Education.
Department of Education. All from Department of Education, who is already short.
Correct.
Any from the Department of Health?
Not usually assigned in the shelters, and they have their medical special needs shelters. If we need to, if the EOC opens and an additional nurse is required, then that's when we'll bring them in.
And I ask this because, truth be told, sometimes a number of these employees don't show up.
Correct, and if there's...
For whatever reasons. This needs to be addressed. Again, coming on to that premium pay, you know, no one wants to be essential at times, and as soon as you hear premium pay, everybody wants to be essential.
Correct.
So we need this to be established prior. For FEMA, an agency that I worked with before, whether you are the groundskeeper, whether you are the receptionist, whether you were a fraud or internal investigator, during the time of a declared disaster, you are immediately activated. Is this the same for these employees that you are speaking of that are required to be shelter managers and shelter workers?
Department of Human Services, all employees are deemed essential employees.
And so do you currently have a listing identifying all those shelter managers and shelter workers already?
Yes.
All right. I would like that document to be shared with this committee, please.
I'll be happy to do so.
And that will be by the close of business this Friday. Mm-hmm. Today is Monday, May 22nd. Mm-hmm. So we know what Friday is, right? Friday, May 26th by 3 p.m. Thank you. Senator Diane Capehart, you recognize for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. I'm not a committee member, but I thought it was necessary for me to come and ask some questions as it pertains to hurricane preparedness. I'm one of those individuals, when I hear hurricane coming, my anxiety level is high. When you've experienced 1, 2 hurricanes, it's either you want to be here to protect your home or you're leaving if you can, and you deal with it when you come back. But what about those individuals that can't do that? That elderly population. I'm very concerned because as I read this testimony, you have a senior registry that is Act number 8058. This was from the 32nd legislature in 2018. And it stated currently there are 817 individuals listed in this registry. Can you tell me from 2018 to 2023, when was the last time you updated this registry?
It's consistent.
It's consistent?
It's consistent.
So
in fact, we are adding probably 3 more from yesterday. So we do a constant.
How do you get these numbers? How do you get these individuals on the list? On this
we
list?
do outreach at every event. So we were at Agricultural Fair. We were at the Expo yesterday. We've done outreach and referrals. And so it's consistently. So if you look at the numbers from, I can tell you from 2019 to present, I can tell you each year how much it's gone up. So when we started, it was probably 200 and 300, and now we're up to 817. So I
Okay.
can't tell you from 18, but I can tell you from since I've been here what we started with in 2019, 2020, 21, and 22.
So you said you utilize a mass messaging system. Can you explain that to me? What is that?
Sure. So everybody that's registered registers their phone number, whether it be a cell phone or a landline. And so when we send a message, if a storm's coming or they're doing some type of, making sure that people are prepared, I will either do a voice message. It's usually a 20 to 30 second message to alerting people to let them know what's happening and they need to be prepared. And that goes out as a mass message.
How do you deal with individuals who are blind and those who are deaf?
That's usually a TTY or a different way of mode of income. And when it comes into their system, they're able to do it, whether it come into a voice message, because the voice message, if you're deaf, you usually have an interpreter or somebody with you.
And why I asked that, because I have a 100-year-old uncle, just made 100.
Mm-hmm.
He's right there in
Congratulations.
Savannah.
Good.
Okay, still there now, waiting list 2 years now, trying to get into Queen Louise. Still there. So if a hurricane is coming, I don't even know how you would get this old man from down them stairs in Savannah to put him in a safe area. And I'm sure he even on your list because he doesn't have one of those machines. But there are individuals in our community that is not part of that 817 on your list. So I'm very concerned, Commissioner, and I don't know how we can get those individuals from the disabled individuals who would need that care. My uncle
It's not a
needs
care.
special.
The registry is not care, and it's not services.
When I'm saying that care,
Excuse me,
that's
Senator, 1 sec, and I'll return your time. Commissioner, you're a seasoned commissioner. When the
Sorry.
senator is speaking,
sorry.
allow her to
My
finish her
apologies.
thought, and then you're doing the same thing
yeah,
right
we're
now.
being nice. We're being nice.
Just one person at a time, just for the stenographer's benefit, okay? Thank you so much.
So, Commissioner, you understand my concern?
Agreed.
Because if my uncle needs to go to the doctor, there's a special transportation needs to come for him. Okay? So I'm just thinking, even if my relatives, they can't even take him down those stairs. So they're individuals just like him that probably are not on your 817. And I'm very concerned about them. So now I go to the radio stations. And I know he listens to the radio, but Director Joshin, this is where I ask you, do you have an agreement with the radio stations, all the radio stations, not just a particular radio station that, might be popular, but to all the radio stations to make sure that families are ensured that they get that communication to be prepared?
2 minutes.
Senator, there's no agreement with all radio stations.
I'm sorry?
There is no agreement with all radio stations.
So how do you select how your information goes out to the public on the radio stations?
Well, there's traditional ones that we visit through Government House, through VITEMA, to have that information going out based upon the ones that we habitually work with. Specifically, we work on St. Croix with one that has a Hispanic foundation for that to make sure we reach out to the Hispanic community. But there's no agreement that is required at all with radio stations.
So what I'm saying, if you don't particularly care for this one radio station because you don't like, the individual who does the broadcasting, oh, I'm not going to select this radio station. How do you determine what radio stations you put the information on?
Senator, we will work with any radio station that wants to work with us. We put out public service announcements also. Some cases, the radio station wants to charge for the service. But we will work with any radio station that wants us, the VITEMA, to reach out to the community.
So the radio stations are responsible for contacting VITEMA so they can get the information on their radios?
No, ma'am. We can reach out to them also.
Okay. Do you have a hotline?
Define hotline, please.
Hotline, hurricane hotline.
I have a 911.
911 is
Yes,
the
ma'am.
only, okay.
Only the St. Croix, St. Thomas, 2 districts, 911. Yes, ma'am.
So how do you determine the selection of a shelter? Do you have a checklist? Do you have certain criterias that makes a good shelter?
Yes, ma'am. We work with the American Red Cross. They have a very detailed checklist we go through, and we go through each shelter, and we evaluate against that checklist.
I'm sorry, but I didn't get your name. I know you from the community, and I understand you work with Red Cross. Can you put your name so I could address you?
Yes, Tina Beezer.
Miss Beezer, so if you would mind, through the chair, if you could provide that checklist of all the things that a shelter would have, because I too agree with my colleagues, having a big population here on St. Croix, that 2 shelters are not sufficient for the island of St. Croix. And how often, Mr. Chair, if I may.
You may conclude.
And how often do you do an inventory for your cots and supplies? And what are the conditions of these cots? Because, you know, if I have to leave my home to then go in a temporary shelter, I want to be able to still sleep on a decent cot, clean cot. So if you can just give me some kind of idea of your inventory of supplies, what happens on a day when a family comes to a shelter. Thank you, Ms. Beezer.
Yes, we do an annual inventory of our warehouses, and this is required by our national office. So it's something that we're always, providing to them. Also, there are instances when we lend out cots to government agencies. For example, Homeland Security has temporarily had individuals who come to the territory illegally, and so these individuals need a place to stay. When they come in, they don't have adequate bedding for them. We will lend the cots. The cots are sanitized when they come back, and they are put back into their storage cases and put back into stock. So this is something that we manage on a regular basis. In terms of the durability of the cots, these cots are made of their metal frame. They are made to sustain, I believe it's up to 300 pounds. And the fabricing is very strong. These are standard American Red Cross cots. They are the premium cots on the market. As I said, I didn't come prepared to give inventory information, so I don't have that information, but I can certainly provide it to the body so that you can know that we have adequate supplies.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. Before I recognize Senator Johnson for a point of inquiry, I know that you stated that you're not prepared to give an inventory number, but what I was hopeful for is for you to be able to at least say each island district, based on what took place in the past, that you will require to have at least on hand 500 cots in St. Croix, 500 on St. Thomas, 100 on St. John, etc. And that's what we want. We don't want during the crisis for us to be running helter-skelter. We know that can happen, but prior planning prevents poor performance. The 5 Ps again. All right? And I heard a little discussion earlier between 911 and hotline and whatnot. Let's make it clear, 911 is not the regular hotline for that. 911 is for emergencies. So again, remember I asked you earlier about your relationship with the telephone companies and whatnot. If we need to get an established hotline, what the senator was talking about, then we need to have that conversation. All right? back in the day, there was even a hotline, a red phone that we used from the various police stations at the zones that you just pick up outside of calling on the 911 line because you didn't want to block up the line calling them to give them information. You will pick up the hotline, you just pick it up, you don't dial anything, and it automatically rings down in 911. That's no longer. So have these conversations. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You know, I need to go back to Director Justin with this list of shelters. And I need for Director Justin to explain to the people of this territory, under that section for generator, to all of these sites, you have green, amber, and red. Identify to us what is green, what is amber, and what is red. But also explain to me why Sugar Estate has nothing saying if it's green, amber, or red, and Gift Hill in St. John has nothing whether it's green, amber, or red. And when you're finished, explain to me when the red going to turn green, because I'm assuming green is a good thing. So I would appreciate if you could explain to the people of this territory and go through each one of them based on this list that you provided us, saying the status on the generator.
And before he starts, we don't want to assume, so please break it down and let everyone know what's the color codes for, please.
All right, thank you for the question, Senator. In some cases, like Gift Hill School, I've not had a chance to look at the assess the generator there, so I can't put green or amber there or red. The green basically means we identified a generator. Generator's either physically there or it's been set up, identified to run and operate at that location. So DC Canagata complex generators are physically out there, they're operational. This was, again, as of 1 May. So I found out after that we have one generator out there that has 2 batteries that are bad. We're in the process of working through PMP to replace those batteries. CTEC, we have 1 green that's already out there. We have 1 red in the sense that 1 is needing to be relocated where it was last year out at Golden Grove, or Golden Rock, excuse me, over to CTEC for a second generator. That should be happening this week through a contractor to make that happen. So we'll have 2 out at CTEC for the medical special needs shelter. Arthur Richards, red, there's no generator identified right now to go out there. That is a gap that we identified. On St. Thomas, Mars Hill is green, there's a generator there and is working and operational. Water Island, there's a working generator out there. We checked that and it's maintained by the Volunteer Rescue Department at Water Island. I've been out there and checked it out this year already. Lockhart School has been green, it's been very good. They've been maintaining that. Again, good confidence in that generator. Eudora Ken was currently red. That was back in May 1st, but 2 weekends ago, we were able to physically move out the generators there, test them, hook up what's called the Quick Connects to make sure they're operational. Because of just the physical concerns about the generator staying out there, we relocated those back to Vaitima on St. Thomas. They'll be moved out on Wednesday to be set up and connected, part of the exercise that we do at Eudora Ken, part of the sheltering operations, and then we'll move them back to Vaitima, but those should be green statuses today. Sugar Estate, I have not had a chance to look at that one, nor Newt Hansen, but the Commissioner Kaji Gomez indicated those would be green status. I can change those. Snyder Regional Medical Center, I've not seen that physically, but I would assume they have a good working generator out there. I have to get with Mr. Smalls to find out for sure, or the CEO. Adrian Senior Center, it's green, there's a generator out there, it's been up and operational, it's been tested. Gift Hill School, like I mentioned, I've not seen that one, so I have to go back and verify that one. And the Guy Benjamin, we know there's no generator out there today, so it's considered a red status.
You know, Mr. Chair, I definitely want this to be on record. I am not pleased. I am not pleased at all with this report. When you're telling me hurricane season is right around the corner, we still have areas that don't have generator that we're saying to our people that we're going to use as shelter, and we haven't seen and know if there are generators there. This is not good news for me. It's not good news for the people of this territory, especially after going through a storm and knowing what people are living, the condition that they're living at. This is not acceptable. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. And again, many of us, your colleagues, echo your sentiments, your concerns. of the status of these shelters, hence why we are here. I'm truly disappointed after having all these conversations, even when it's not hurricane season, we continue to talk about these generators, and where are the generators? What are we doing with the generators? Are they serviced and whatnot? Where are they at the locations, etc.? So coming up on June 1, we want to make sure that when we see a report from you guys, that once you list the shelters, we should see all green at the shelters to know that these are all shelters ready to go. Not that we're still, I mean, you could still have a one or two here that you're trying to tweak out. But right now, if you were to get a grade, the passing grade is just not there to say that we see where we have a legitimate amount of shelters with that green light ready to go in each district. And Commissioner, I know you wanted to speak to capacity. You still want to say something on that?
I don't mind. I have two follow-ups. Is the senior registry, and so the act for that specifically goes to BMV, Human Services, and one other agency. Elections are supposed to be helping with that. So it's not just a Human Services outreach. Elections in BMV are also assisting with that.
So is that taking place?
Supposedly, yes.
Supposedly, yes, isn't making any of us
meaning that I haven't confirmed.
Slow down for me.
I haven't confirmed. I know that during election season in November, they were actively searching because they had the posters and everything up, and BMV also had it actively up, so they had it there. Are there people there specifically requesting information when people come in? I can't guarantee that.
Commissioner, at this point, we want to see some urgency with this.
Agreed.
We want to see the oomph. This is where I talk about people getting up off of what they're sitting on and doing what they're supposed to do. If you're telling me that these three entities are supposed to be doing this registry, you should be able to tell me firmly that it's being done.
I can
not have to go and confirm and whatnot. At this point, we need to be assured that our first responding agencies are ready.
I only have responsibility for Human Services, but I'll strongly encourage my cabinet members in elections to assist to make sure it's a sense of urgency for them as well when it comes to the registry.
So Director Joshin, what does ESC means?
It's Emergency Support Coordinators.
Emergency Support Coordinators.
We all work together.
Who makes up the ESCs?
They're my lead agencies. I have 15 of them.
All the agencies that we're talking about, to include Human Services, correct?
Yes, correct.
So the left hand should know what the right hand doing, and vice versa. There's no excuse for this. There's no excuse for this. I could do this with my eyes closed. I've done it for how many years? We have done it for how many years? We should not be here spinning the wheels that we're spinning. That's why some are a little frustrated. I'm not going to get to that frustration point just yet. But we're just on the heels of hurricane season. We want to make sure that we took, someone asked for I think it was Senator Johnson, even asked for after action reports and whatnot. This is going to be something that we're going to actually need to ensure that we have after action reports taking place, so that for the next year or for the next event, hopefully we don't have none, that things were being done. We got to have that check and balance and look back to see what went right so we could continue to do it, what didn't go so right, so that we can make better for the next time in the event there is. All right?
Point of inquiry.
Point of inquiry. Before you go, I did have, sorry, Senator Fonseca for a point of inquiry, and then I'm going to come to you, Senator.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You know, this question here is for Assistant Fire Director, Mr. Antonio Stevens, because you know that I was up in St. John the other day, and I ain't see the ambulance boat. It must be a Jumbi. But let me read your statement here, right? You're saying here, in the event of a storm, watch or warning is issued, the agency will take the steps necessary to secure its facilities and equipment and ensure each station is adequately staffed. On the island of St. John, in the event there is no ferry service, and once the port is closed, the Star of Life ambulance boat will cease transporting patients. Brother, I want to know, Assistant Director Stevens, is the ambulance boat transporting patients now? How are we going to cease the transport if it ain't transporting now? So help me, explain to me, is the ambulance boat in operation?
The ambulance boat, the Star of Life itself, sir, it is not. We have a leased boat that I shouldn't say leased.
That's a no. You see, and so how could you put in the statement here the ambulance boat will cease transporting patients if it ain't transporting no patients now? I think I could read a little bit, but if it ain't walking, it can't stop. If it ain't transporting patients, it can't cease to transport patients. Thank you very, very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you. Again, through the chair to Director Joshin. One of the things that, has any kind of data been collected in regards to dealing with our individuals that are going through the housing authorities in order to get their homes repaired? We have several hundred individuals that are either have been relocated or bunking up now with family. There's a lot of inventory when it comes to property in the territory that needs to be repaired. So based on shelter providing, you had a situation where quite a bit of these people might have sheltered in their homes. The homes no longer might be available, they're damaged. Have you made any type of assessment for potential increase of homeless shelters, or what is the situation? Do you partner with the housing authority to verify and find out more about that, to see how you potentially might have to accommodate more people? Because this is not the same environment as it was post the last hurricane we had.
So, Senator, you're indicating that individuals who are in shelters today are going to come to the shelters that we open them up separately? I'm trying to understand the question.
No, okay. What I'm trying to find out, we have, let's say, almost 1,000 homes that are in need of repair right now, that are dealing through the repair program. A lot of these homes are not habitable. Some people sheltered in their homes during the hurricane. Right now, you have a situation where some people are living with family members or friends or had to go to different apartments, etc. So when you had all these people inside of their homes, some of them did not go to shelters. You now have a situation where those homes are not available to them. So it's a different dynamic as to how we were several years ago with people riding out the storm as opposed to what we're dealing with now. Has there been any type of data accommodation, collection of information to see how people sheltered down during Hurricanes Irma, Maria? And do you have a need for potentially more shelters based on the fact that so many people, they're technically homeless? Because if you have to live with other people or you have to relocate because your home is damaged and you still can't live in it, that's another dynamic that we have in comparison to what it was years before when we did have the hurricane. Are any type of accommodations are looked at to see what is happening with our people territory-wide, to see if this is now a factor as to how many shelters are needed? Do you better understand?
Yes, Senator, and there's no data that I'm aware of that I'm collecting is coming to me to indicate the difference. I think also, you know, the shelters that were available in 17, a lot of those are no longer available today. So I think we have a multiplying factor, like you're saying, but we have available back in 17 is not available today either. So the ones that we are showing available, the ones we have confidence that we can stand up and provide good safety to for individuals to come to for sheltering operations. But answer your question, I'm not aware of any data, ma'am, that's been gone back and forth.
Well, just to wrap up, Mr. Chair, do you think that is something that needs to be done? Because I'm becoming very fearful just listening to the conversation that we're really not as fully prepared from my perspective that we need to be, but then we're also not looking at the dynamics of where we were pre-Irma Maria and what we are post Irma Maria when it comes to even people sheltering in their homes, because a lot of these homes are no longer available. So thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis Elegant. Sandbags. I'm sorry Public Works is not here with us, but in the past when I sat on the ESC, I had a concern of the types of sandbags that we've been seeing lately. More towards that plastic, it's not plastic, I don't know the correct term, but it's certainly not the caucus bag that we're used to that would hold the water. What's the status of sandbags in the territory, and have you sat with your ESC for Public Works on this matter?
Yes, Senator. The sandbags that you're referring to are the white ones that basically you touch them and they fall apart. We recognize that, and Department of Public Works, Commissioner Gabriel, myself, also with BI Fire Service, have discussed how inadequate they are. A lot of them had to do with they were stored outside, the empty sandbags, if you will.
So right there, if I may put a pin right there. So if we all agree that they're inadequate, what are we doing to change that material? Have we done anything?
This year we're going with some money that we provided to support sand and sandbags. We're going to purchase some additional sandbags, and we're looking at the much better type of sandbags like you're referring to. I wanted to get those ordered, both sand and sandbag. We're low on sand on St. Thomas specifically, and sandbags on St. Thomas specifically. So that's one of my goals, is get those ordered with funding I already have provided to us from Governor Bryan.
So I don't want to encourage anybody to go on the beach to take up sand.
Yeah.
So that's secondary. What I'm saying is if push comes to shove, that's what we have to do. But that's not where I want to go. The important thing, the first piece is I want to make sure, because we've been talking about this for too many years. Are we going to secure the proper type of sandbags and stop going the cheap way, which just ain't doing anything for our residents?
Yeah, the cheap way, Senator, those answer your question is correct. We're going to move away from that particular cheap way, which was free through U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. So those are not designed for long-term duration. It goes back to 2017. To answer your question, yes, we're looking at purchasing much better, longer enduring sandbags.
So we will see this, and we will have this inventory for this season. We're hoping not to see anything, but yeah. I want to know, can we safely say that we will be able to see at least 1,000 sandbags per district by sometime in June?
Senator, let me get back to the chair. I'll get back to you. I've talked to Commissioner Gabriel about this, talked to my staff about this, but I want to be able to provide you details on the quantity and the time. We have to purchase sandbags and sand. We cannot get it off the beach. That's the commissioner of the BPNR says no, turtle season's in place, so we had to purchase sand again for the third year in a row.
I was hoping that you didn't push me up against a corner, to talk about turtles. I am here to protect life. And I will not sit here as a chairman and continue for us to believe that the turtle going to be protected more than man and woman living here.
So
because the turtles are going to find a way to protect themselves.
Yeah, BITEMA is going to purchase the sand.
Thank you. And that's why we're having a conversation now. And I don't want to have these open-ended conversations where we just talk about things that sound good and then there's no action putting into the talk. So I want to make sure I'll allow you that time to go back and have that discussion with the Public Works Commissioner. What I'll do is we'll take a quick 3-minute recess just so that the testifiers can utilize the restrooms if they need to or stretch, and then we'll come back for a second round, which we will wrap it up with just if there's any alibis from any of the senators. All right? The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Monday, May 22nd, 2023 is a recess, 3 minutes. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Monday, May 22nd, 2023 is back on record. Director Beezer, I think you had some information that you wanted to put on record that you were able to get.
Sure.
You may proceed.
Okay, so earlier I said we inventory our supplies annually. We actually do the inventory twice yearly. And our current inventory consists of 7,660 blankets, 4,286 cots, 44,664 shelf-stable meals, 9,136 comfort kits. Those are the kits with the hygiene supplies. And yes, that's basically it.
So you said 7,660 blankets?
Yes.
Do you have that by district?
We do.
Okay.
It's
okay. I'm gonna ask you to submit it to us in writing, but I was
Okay.
just asking if you had it now. So you don't have it now.
I don't have it now.
Okay, 4,286 cots. We need that
Correct.
by district as well.
Okay.
44,000 meals, you said?
Yes, 44,600 plus.
And
Those-
these are the
Those
what
are
they call
the shelves.
This is what they call the MREs, the meals ready to eat, or no?
Yeah, well, yes, they are. They're meals ready to eat, but they're not the same as
As
previously. So they're now referred to as shelf-stable meals. They can be made hot because
Shelf stable?
right. Mm-hmm.
So SSM, no. Okay. What I want to make sure is that, so when you submit this listing to us too, for those shelf
stable
meals, we want to know the lifespan.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, for those. And you said 9,000 plus comfort kits.
Correct.
And we need that by Island District as well. And giving it to us by Island District, if you can, based on the shelters that were identified.
Yes.
You should know the capacity. Give us the
Yes.
breakdown as to how many should be at each of these shelters.
Yes, sir.
And Director Joshin, once you submit the report to us, the final report regarding these green light shelters, we need to know that they're all, well, the only way for them to get green light is to ensure that they have everything that they need to run a shelter.
And the generators, correct?
Yes, and the everything, whatever it takes to turn that light green, meaning generators, personnel, whatever other equipment, to include the blankets, the cots, the meals, and the comfort kits, and the medical personnel. All right? To include VIPD personnel. At this time, Senator, I'm not sure, Senator Francis Heiliger, you're available. I'm going to allow for us to have any burning questions to be asked.
Yes, I am available. So we're not doing a second round, we're just doing burning questions?
Well, no, go ahead. I'll give you 4 minutes.
Okay, I was just verifying. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon once again to my colleagues and the testifiers. My next set of questions I wanted to ask have to do directly with flights and evacuation. I know during the last hurricane, there were some major issues when it came to the health component of people flying out back and forth. How ready are we with that?
Senator, this is Director Josh, and so the Department of Health works with the hospitals, and they have a patient movement plan that ties into a post-event disaster declaration. That would then involve the Department of Defense or contracted airlines that support that. Again, we do have a very robust, detailed plan for that. We've exercised a plan several times. I think the key after this also is the care identifiers and tracking of individuals that would be leaving the territories. The Department of Health has invested in a product called JPATS, and they're trained on that in order to use it to track individuals.
Yes, because that was a major issue the last time, so I wanted to see if we were prepared from that aspect. Tell me, just walking through, and this is from my edification and knowledge, if you have a shelter that is full to capacity and 3 families show up, how do you handle that situation if, you know, you're close to the time where you have to have everybody inside? Do you make accommodations there? Do you try to relocate them to the nearest site? How do you work when it comes to overcapacity?
Commissioner Kazi Gomez, well, luckily we haven't had to do that. But both scenarios that you mentioned would be either we accommodate depending upon the time that they arrive. So if they were at the height of a storm and the movement is not available or not able to do so, then we'll make sure that they're accommodated there. In the event that we have plenty of time, then if another shelter is open, then we'll accommodate and transport them there.
Okay, good. I know for a lot of these projects, we have to deal with individuals, they do volunteer. How many people have volunteered so far, have signed up to participate in volunteering with helping at the shelters and a variety of other locations where they're needed?
I'll have to double check the total number of volunteers. So you have DHS staff that they're staff, so that I don't necessarily call them volunteers because they're called to action. But if you say additional actions, I can check in with COAD and VOAD to make sure that we have the accurate number for you.
Okay, good. Mr. Chair, I'm requesting that information through the chair. What, did somebody say something? Am I out of time?
I wanted to, this is Tina Beezer with American Red Cross. And we also have volunteers, so I wanted to give you a sense of what we have in terms of volunteers.
1 minute.
Yes, ma'am, I'm listening.
Okay, so our volunteer numbers change every so often. Currently, we have 144 general volunteers. 111 of those are on St. Croix, 7 are on St. John, 76 are on St. Thomas. And we actively recruit individuals. Every event we have, we do have our recruiter there. And we're also constantly, whenever we have an event, such as our Sound the Alarm program, we also make sure that we have forms so individuals can sign up for, to become volunteers. Of course, with American Red Cross, there is a training process, for a volunteer to be an active, individual. So it does take a little while for someone to be thoroughly trained in the area that they want to serve in as a volunteer.
Thank you so much for that additional information. I want to just give you guys a quick scenario and help me work through it. During the 2017 hurricane, the tsunami warnings went off. I didn't really hear it because apparently they were damaged. I was told that some weren't working or whatever the case was. How I was actually informed that a tsunami warning had taken place was I was actually on the internet and I was going on Google, and Google started to flash at the top, tsunami warning, please get out of low-lying areas. That is how I was notified. It wasn't the sound, it was on the internet. Have you guys made sure, do you guys partner with different sites or even local sites? Because I'm not sure if Google did that on their own based on what was transpiring with their connection with National Weather Services or whatever the case is. How does that work, and how do we make sure that if something happens that we might have to do it on a broad scale? I know we have the system that we could send out mass text messages and stuff like that. Tell me a little bit more about how that could possibly work.
Senator Director Joshin, so.
Director Joshi.
Yes, good afternoon, ma'am. The tsunami sirens, they only serve one purpose. That's in case of a tsunami. And that goes back to the warning side of the house and how high the waves are and the time it goes out for. There's nothing that we've partnered with Google on anything as far as tsunami awareness. We get the information from the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center in Hawaii. And it goes usually based upon an earthquake, and there's a lot of modeling that goes with this. We're doing some exercises go back and forth. So the activation of our sirens are very manual in the sense that VITEMA activates the siren. There's no automatic activation, and that's really good. My ECC, which is the 911 centers, do that.
Okay, so the situation that I dealt with, because Mr. Chair, could you just let me expound for a minute? Because
yes,
I want them to understand.
Time was called, but you could go ahead and finish up.
Wrap up. I appreciate it. I literally jumped in my car, me and my niece, because we were at one location, got in our car, and we started to drive to higher ground. One of the things that almost happened is we were trying to get to higher ground, and there was a pitch dark area. And as I was about to drive across, something told me, just stop for a moment, don't go forward. I don't know what it was. I ended up stopping the car abruptly. I reversed and I went in another direction. When I happened to come 3 days later in the area, that was one of the areas I literally almost fell into a huge section where the entire road had collapsed. And if it wasn't for whatever instinct kicked in that moment, I literally would have driven into that, and I probably wouldn't be here today. How do we, in situations like that, and there were several people around me trying to get to higher ground because they all were triggered by this message. So I don't know if you were just telling me if unless you guys do it, it's not legitimate, or if Google gets a tsunami warning for the Virgin Islands and they put it out. I'm trying to understand what you were saying. Only if we hear it that those are legitimate tsunami warnings, or if something is triggered that they also put it out on the internet for the public to see, should we also listen to that? And how do you deal with a situation like that where, I mean, for myself, I almost drove into a huge sinkhole, and there wasn't anything stopping me. Like, there weren't like reflector lights around barriers. I saw nothing. It literally was just by the grace of God that my instinct said, don't go any further. How do we deal with that? And I'm not sure if you know the sinkhole I'm talking about that happened on the island of St. Thomas when you come up that hill from Savon, going around to the back part.
Director Josh, ma'am, I'm not specific in that area, but obviously, you know, a call to 911, a call to Public Works, so we get something out there very quickly to not have anybody else get in the same situation that you would be in. When I talk about getting to a safe elevation with a tsunami alert, the magic number is 82 feet above sea level. And if you go to the VITEMA website, you can download maps so you can see an evacuation zone, very detailed showing around the area. And that's equal to basically from sea level up 8 stories. So if you're already at 60 feet, you only have to go up additional 20 feet. So there's no addition to get highs. We have defined areas in which you should know your evacuation zone. You can also download apps for your phone. One's called My Elevation and one's called My Altitude, so you can see at any point in time, you know, through GPS or through the cell towers, your elevation going forward. Again, the sounding of the sirens I'm talking to is a manual intervention done by VITEMA only. It's us, no one else activates those. The messages that do come out, you know, the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center is tied to our Alert VI system, and that's where you would see the message that goes out. Again, nothing that we have done consciously to link up with Google to provide any messages that go forward. But I would look at, you know, a second or third verification of that message, and realizing time is of a concern also, but expeditiously look at additional information before you just go out and do something, ma'am.
Thank you so much for the additional time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Francis Eiliger. Senator Bulkes, are you online?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed with your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Joshin, good afternoon again. Concerning shelter space, I'm aware that some churches stepped in and became secondary shelters during Irma and Maria. Have we reached out to other faith-based organizations or private schools or nonprofit organizations to explore the opportunities to increase our capacity as secondary shelters?
Senator, I'm going to ask Commissioner Kazi-Gomez to address that, please.
Hi, good afternoon. Yes, we actually send a press release out, almost like recruiting those that would be interested, whether it be faith-based organizations and or any other entity. We got very limited response. A lot of the churches that were used right after the storm have been compromised, so we actually did do some shelter inspections, especially in St. John. And that they were not up to par as far as the standard when we did the inspections. So we're still actively recruiting. This is, still kind of a fluid moment. So if those that are interested and feel like they have everything that is needed to have a shelter in their space that they currently have, we'll be happy to see if it would be a good fit and do an inspection.
Very well. In addition, have you looked at the possibility of establishing a public-private partnership with, say, EDA companies to financially support the notion of building shelter sites?
Most of the, again, Commissioner Kazi-Gomez, thanks for the question. So most of the sites that are currently being built right now, so for like my Head Start construction will be considered a safe room. And so we're actually going to have more capacity. The schools, Head Start, both my homes for the aged, they're going to be considered those types of facilities. I have not done that, and that's a great area of ability to reach out. And I'll make sure that we can see if we can do that as an additional option.
Okay, one more question for you before I go to Director Joshin. When was the last time that DHS conducted an analysis of disaster-related readiness or operations?
Disaster readiness, you said?
Yes.
We do a continuity of operations depending upon by facility, and so I think we updated ours in like late 2022 for Herbert Gregg and Queen Louise. We do a COOP plan for each division, and so we're in the midst of updating and reviewing and make sure they're good to go.
Yeah, and once it's approved to the chair, if we can have a copy of that, I would appreciate it.
Sure, they're still in draft mode, but I'll be happy to share the final.
Thank you so much. Director Joshin, you mentioned residents to prepare for self-sufficiency concerning having enough food and water to last at least 5 days if a storm hits. To this day, I'm really confident that many residents, hundreds, if not more, or for whatever reason, are not prepared. And what are your plans to target those low-income residents that may have those issues meeting that 5-day quota when it comes to having the financial liquidity in order to purchase such things?
Senator, thanks for the question. The approach we take is to do the outreach early and even talk about each week, each pay period, just put some money aside to get 1 or 2 things on that list we talk about. And again, each family is going to have a separate need for that, but that's the approach we take. And again, there's no financial support the territory gives to individuals that I'm aware of preparedness, but you have to consciously figure out what you need for your home, for your family to be, getting through the storm, to be able to be self-sufficient for those 5 days.
Yeah, well, hopefully we'll get some grant funding or something to try to curtail some of that drop-off that some of those families will be experiencing. And I want to shift gears over to the VIPD. Good afternoon, gentlemen, officers. Concerning the deployment of resources and emergency transportation and even traffic regulations during the time of a disaster, what exactly is VIPD's role, and is there a search and rescue plan for natural disasters?
Good afternoon, Senator. At this point, we do have some plans in place. One of the biggest things that we've done is utilize our former plans of operations from different storms, and we tweak it so that whenever we have any event that we're at the ready. We are at the ready as far as evacuations are concerned to aid in that effort. However, once the storm has gotten to a certain extent, we will shelter. We have to hunker down for the safety of the officers so that we don't put them in any other harm's way. Once that is done, based on past practices, we have had assistance from DOD and other entities to assist us for search and rescue efforts after, to include our local agencies as well.
Very well. I asked the question because there were a number of people who did. Mr. Chair, may I please wrap up?
You may.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were a number of people that mysteriously disappeared during some of the hurricanes that passed us in 2017 and up to this day. Some of them have not been found. So I was wondering if there is a search and rescue plan, if it has been enhanced. And, you know, I know that there's a lot on the table for the VIPD as well as VITEMA and the National Guard, Human Services, the Fire EMS, and the American Cross. But we appreciate everything that you do in the effort of disaster recovery. And I'm looking forward to coordinating and collaborating with you in the near future. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. At-Large Senator. Chief, you wanted to expound?
No, sir, just saying thank you for the question.
Okay. So two things just came up that I had on my list, grants and evacuations. So grants first. Just off the top of your head, Director, how many grant applications or grants do you currently have that will assist specifically for during any, in the event that there is a disaster?
As far as pre-storm grants, I'm not tracking anything, Senator, that would be set up that I'm tracking from VITEMA. Most everything would come post-storm from a major disaster declaration. If we do have a pre-storm event, we get what's called Category B, which is pre-storm protective measures, like opening up shelters.
So could you submit to us that listing as well? What do you have pre and post regarding grants?
That would be specific to the type of storm based upon FEMA's.
Yeah, just what's available to you, not what you have necessarily, but what would be available to you that you could reach out for.
Yes, sir.
Evacuations. I wanted to ask between VIPD and the Virgin Islands Fire Emergency Medical Services about the evacuations. To you, Director Joshin, who conducts this, the evacuations during a hurricane per se?
From patient movement and evacuation?
Evacuation is so someone call 911. Hey, water coming into my house. My roof is going, and they're not in the hunker down category yet, so they're still on the road and whatnot. Who is responding to these evacuations to pick up individuals and take them to the respective shelters?
Primarily, it's going to be VI Fire EMS.
VI Fire EMS. Are they aided by VIPD?
I'm sure they would be, yes.
You're supposed to be speaking to me like definitively, you know, you sounding like you ain't sure.
Well, VIPD, we're responding to a police type incident. VI Fire EMS Rescue would be actually the group that would be going to bring the individual there.
I understand. However, in the ESC meetings and whatnot, I mean, is there any coordination? And I'm talking, if things change, tell me, because I've been gone since 2011 from VIPD, yes, but I volunteered in that EOC up until about the 2017 hurricanes. Yeah. So if something changed, let me know, because even in VIPD, we had a set team that will go out and assist fire. It wasn't EMS at the time, but it would have been fire. So I guess the chiefs could tell me if we no longer have that, and the assistant director, I guess, could speak to that as well. And let me allow the assistant director to speak to that, because you're the, what is it, the EOC? What's your title in the EOC? Please recognize the assistant director of fire. Go ahead.
When the EOC is activated, I'm the operations chief.
Operations chief, yes, that's right.
So to answer your question more specifically, yes, we do operate as a task force with VIPD, members of the fire service, as well as the various rescue agencies, depending on which island it is, to effectuate any type of rescue or evacuation.
Okay, so it is a task force. VIPD is doing that. So, St. Croix VIPD, you have individuals that you have tasked that will be assisting in this specific task force?
Yes, sir.
St. Thomas?
Yes, sir.
St. John?
Yes, sir.
Okay, y'all almost like you're just saying yes, sir, just to say yes, sir, or no. I want to really make sure that we have individuals, I mean, we're hopeful that there is nothing, but in the event that there is something, we want to make sure that individuals who will be definitely trained and know how to move and conduct these evacuations are fully in place. Not just because you're a police officer, you get sent to evacuate someone or a firefighter. You got to know what you're doing. Because training, I also wanted to ask about the training, who conducts shelter trainings, and are these employees and volunteers certified to be able to work in these shelters? Because we don't want any pedophiles and whatnot in the shelters. Are these individuals, and that's why I want that listing from you, Commissioner, with regards to the individuals who will be manning the shelters. Are these individuals, these employees, trained?
Yes.
And certified? When was the last training conducted?
We completed a training in 2022 with Red Cross. We did it in connection with each other. We do a sexual offender registry as well. And if you're a government employee, you've done a background check. Everybody
in DHS, meaning Department of Human Services, went through this shelter training?
Not everyone. We did an ESF 6 mandatory training for all DHS staff. VITEMA, FEMA, Red Cross were all involved about being an essential employee, and then only selected individuals went through the shelter training.
So then that's only those who may sit in the EOC. What about those who are actually in the shelters itself? Are those employees? And that's why it's crucial for me to know if these employees are identified. I want to make sure that they are trained.
Yes, the ones that have been identified and signed up as a shelter worker or shelter manager have been trained. If additional ones have signed up since then, we'll be scheduling an additional training for that.
And are these training encompasses ethics training, deployment basics, diversity awareness, the COOP that you're talking about, the continuity of operations, etc.?
It's shelter management, what you do in a shelter. So ethics, I don't believe is on there. The evacuation.
Why wouldn't ethics be on there?
It just wasn't part of the training that we provided.
Basic ethics should be there.
Agreed. Duly noted. Maybe you can come and do it.
All right.
For us.
I mean, I'm putting on my FEMA investigations hat now, remembering all these certified trainings while we sit at our desks. VITEMA director, are your employees required to take any of those courses that I just stated?
Nothing that would be separate from what we take as an employee of the government.
Well, so don't you think that they should? As a fraud and internal investigator for FEMA, I had to sit to my desk throughout my investigations. I have to make sure that I meet specific number of hours in training and get my certification in by a certain time.
Yes, Senator, whatever the requirements would be, especially for handling monies. That's going to be a concern we have.
Well, you know how I feel about handling monies, but I ain't talking about handling monies. I'm talking about the trainings so that in the event, when people are trained, you have a different mindset when you're in the middle of a disaster. You don't have all that chaos. Whereas if you don't have trained individuals and something go down, and you're going to get helter-skelter. And that ain't the word I want to use, or that ain't the phrase I want to use. But things gonna go down. So I'm trying to verify here if all the individuals that we're gonna have or count on for hands-on have trainings to be at these shelters.
Senator, it goes back to what training we're talking about. To operate the shelter, that's been the primary purpose to have the training on. If you're talking about a whole nother list of training requirements, please share those with me and we'll look at those.
Okay, I'll make some suggestions next time. We're gonna move on to Senator Johnson at this time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Before I start, is General Limbach back?
He didn't sign on to my knowledge, and I'm looking at the little fancy screen they have here, and it doesn't tell me that he's online. I had at least 2 questions for him too, but he's not online.
This hearing is serious, and when folks gonna come and then leave and don't come back, it's not good to none of us. I've been getting calls for quite some time from members of National Guard speaking in relation to them not being paid. Maria and Oma.
Yes.
This is serious. This cannot continue. We can't keep evading us, ducking us. Can't continue. So I sure hope that somebody in his agency is listening, so the next time he come in front of us, he can tell us the status on that. It's very serious. People, we can't be happy. And then we'll ask these same people to come out hurricane time again. And you want them to come out gracefully to protect your community. But when the time comes for them to be paid, nobody is looking for them to make sure that they get paid. That can't happen. When a man works, he must get paid. I can't see we bringing out our folks in danger and time come years after they get paid.
I think they were.
Director Johnson, you were just speaking to one of my colleagues and you were speaking about people knowing where they are as far as the height and different things when it comes to tsunami. Do you have enough signage in the territory to letting people know that they are in safe areas when they're trying to evacuate? Because visitors are always in our territory. How does a visitor know immediately that he is out of range of danger with a tsunami?
No, Senator, thank you for the question. Yes, we have inadequate signage right now. We do have a work plan being put together that identifies locations to put those signages. We do have physically signs set up that we will be contracting out to put those signs up. I don't have a date time group for that, but we have some funding provided to us. But I do agree with you, sir, there's not enough signage. The best thing we have right now is awareness maps, if you will, on that elevation to be aware of that you need to go up to 82 feet.
Do you have a contractor in line already that's willing to bid or to help you assemble these signs? Because hurricane season is already on us.
Yes, sir. Tsunami season never ends. So as soon as we can get it done, it's definitely a work in progress for doing that. I agree with you completely.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Kazi Gomez, I went up on your website where you have a volunteer listing for folks to sign up, and that site seems to have been down for quite a while. Are you aware of that?
We're actually in the process of taking our old website and putting it into the new website. So I'll double check and see what the status is. But yeah.
How soon do you expect that to happen?
The volunteer portion that you're referring to would not be for shelters workers. It would probably be for the foster grandparent, retired senior volunteer, or our CSEP program.
Who will be coordinating the transportation of senior citizens and disabled residents to shelter if their homes are not secure at a time of a hurricane?
It'll be a combined effort between Department of Human Services and DPW or VITRAN.
1 minute.
It will be a combined. What is your plan that you have in place as we speak?
That is the plan in place, meaning that if it's two days before and it's safe, then Department of Human Services will assist if there are clients. In the event that they're not, they have a disability, we'll be working with DPW with the VITRAN system.
Through the chair, can you have that information passed on to us through the chair, please? And Director Johnson, I'm going to wrap up on this. On the 30th of June.
Senator, she's not clear. She's not clear on the request. Make your request clear for me, please.
The request is that plan that she just spoke about that I have in place to assist these disabled and senior folks in getting them to a shelter. Right. Said she had a plan. I would like to see that plan.
As soon as the EOC is activated. The Emergency Operations Center is activated. All hands, all 15 ESFs are present. If someone needs to be transported, it is ESF, whatever that one is.
Okay, let me intervene here. It can't be when the EOC is activated. It needs to be before, so that these individuals that the senator is speaking about can be able to call to get that assistance before we hit in the middle of a hurricane. So in a plan, what we should be seeing is a time frame that these individuals can call for assistance versus the task force that we just spoke about for evacuation. Two different things. The good senator is talking about our senior population and disabled population to get them moved prior to the disaster occurring and getting them where they're supposed to be.
I understand, but the EOC actually opens. It doesn't, because the EOC open doesn't necessarily mean shelters are open. Once the EOC is operational and then it's deemed that shelters are open, that's the venue that we're able to utilize to see when people need transportation.
So let me ask you here, because if I'm confused, the community is confused.
Agreed.
And
We'll make
right
sure
now,
it's
I
clear.
am totally confused.
Duly noted.
So, Director Joshin, tell me at what point will the EOC be open?
Based upon the weather forecast from National Weather Service, we will open approximately 72 hours prior to the onset of tropical storm force winds.
And 72 hours equates to how many days?
That's 3 days.
Thank you. So, what is the plan? What is that window?
Just because the EOC opens does not mean shelters are opened. So that's the concern. So to have a senior call and ask to go to a shelter, there's been no shelter open. Only person that opens a shelter is Governor Bryant. We make recommendations based upon the storm conditions, and we want to open shelters up 24 hours prior to that condition. So we have about 24 hours, 48 hours to basically make those decisions and then put the word out. That's the timing concern is to make sure we don't go out too far and open shelters up and not need for those, or we wait too long and then at the last minute try to get individuals in those shelters. So it's all timing based upon the situation determined. But we can't have seniors be calling for movement if the shelters are not open. So as soon as those shelters open and the governor puts out, then all the things they're asking about, we go and engage with VITRAN to make sure we have individuals that can get moved in there. The last thing we want to do is not have people show up at the shelters and get there, but we also don't want to wait until after the storm conditions go to the point they shouldn't be out and about. So it's a timing.
Is that fair? Is that fair?
Yes, Senator Johnson.
I don't know where they're going and where they're missing what I asked them. But I was very clear and precise with what I asked. They said that they have plans in place. And if they have plans in place for when a storm comes, how these folks are going to be mobilized and moved, that's the plan I asked them for. What is going wrong in Suffolk? My common sense telling me they ain't understanding and accepting why asking them. And probably they don't even have a plan. And we'll wait 72 hours when a storm is approaching us to put a plan in place. Because you should be able to say, I have a plan for when a storm is approaching us. Prior to a shelter opening, how am I going to activate and mobilize and move my people that are seniors, my people that are disabled? So you telling me that the disabled citizens got to wait till a shelter open for you to put a plan in place? We in trouble here. I don't move on, but me not stop. We're going to continue this at some point. Director Johnson, on June 30th, 2021, my team had conducted a formal SWOT analysis. Based on last year's testimony, was any analysis conducted this year? If so, have there been any changes in comparison to last year? Was any SWOT analysis conducted this year?
Senator, there's been no SWOT analysis since I presented last year in October.
Since last year, October, there have been none?
That's correct, sir.
When are we planning to have one?
I don't have one on my timetable, sir.
All right. I could see the direction this place going. I just got to continue praying for the people of this territory because right now, There isn't too much hope in our emergency planning to have our people prepared and ready for when disaster strike. We're going to be reactive, not proactive, based on what I hear in here today. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Again, Director, Commissioner, and all others here. I hope you all are understanding what we're asking with regards to these plans. Again, prior planning prevents poor performance. We can't just continue to talk about a plan. If we have these plans in place, then it should have been much easier to address what the senator was asking about. We can't tell exactly what will be the outcome, but we can say if we have a window frame that, you know, our seniors, our disabled community and whatnot, we should have a registry, number one, for these individuals. I think earlier I asked about the ADA, the collaboration with the ADA office and whatnot. So we should know where they're at. One of the things too that I would have liked to hear you all telling us too is that you're talking with their families and making sure that there's some family network going on that they can also be assisted. Because at some point we know that that direct government service is going to be shut off. So Vitran ain't going to be driving out there in the middle of high winds and storms and whatnot to go and pick up anyone. So I told you all before, you know, let's speak truth and speak to it as real as we can. There's no way that Vitran is going to be driving out there in the middle of this thing. So you should have been able to respond to the senator to say that our plan is to have the Vitran operating during whatever hours up to however amount of hours before any impending storm. After that, it will be cut off. And if there's any other urgency or emergency situation, that they call 911, and then the task force now will be responsible to pick up that slack. But we're acting as if we have a plan, but yet still nobody knows what the plan is. Can't be. We need our citizens to be comfortable in knowing that our government is fully capable of handling their safety and keeping people, you know, keeping them calm during this time. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to give a special congratulations to the 144 volunteers of the Red Cross. I think that's a very worthy cause, and you know, we greatly appreciate that. Vitima Director Daryl Johnson, I wanted to follow up with you here because I noticed you made a point to mention in your statement that Vitima has no weather forecast staff. And since you mentioned it in your statement before us today, I think it's very important. You know, because the federal government spends billions of dollars right here in our community, you know, on repairs, restorations, and also proper preparation. You know, so I wanted to ask you, Director Johnson, does the VI having a meteorologist and maybe a Doppler radar system, can that promote the goals of Vitima, having a meteorologist on staff and having a Doppler? Because, you know, like I said before, right over in St. Croix, most of the storms that's coming to the Virgin Islands is going to pass the southeasternmost corner of the United States, Point Udall, St. Croix. So tell me, do you think it would benefit to have a meteorologist, that's a big word again, trip up, and a Doppler weather station, Doppler radar?
Senator, right now we work with the hurricane hunters who usually fly out of St. Croix. They have at least 2 meteorologists on that. They can go out as far as 50 degrees longitude, and that information comes back real time to National Hurricane Center. That comes down to National Weather Service in Puerto Rico. That's provided to me in the updates as well as anybody else in the population. We have the conversations with the National Weather Service in Puerto Rico through a 24-hour operation. So if we hire a staff, the answer is yes, it will help us out tremendously, but it's a tremendous cost and required to maintain for that. But I think we have to look at the benefits we would gain from that versus what we already have on hand today, working with those professionals who are already out and about doing the business today, sir.
Yeah, thank you for that, because I understand it would be a tremendous cost, but it's not going to cost the billions that the federal government now has to put in. And in addition to that, it can save a life, and you can't put a value on a life. And in addition, you know, we have 2 major airports in the Virgin Islands, one in St. Croix, one in St. Thomas. Having a radar system, you know, Doppler, would help with giving weather forecasts. In addition, the local radio and the local TV stations can benefit from having a Doppler. Because, you know, when you look at the weather forecast in Puerto Rico, they are showing you their Doppler radar tracking system, and it doesn't cover the entire of the Virgin Islands. It's not sufficient coverage. So I know a Doppler ain't covering 300 miles radius. You know, radius is a circle. So I'm glad that you said yes, that it could benefit. So what I'm going to ask is, through the chair, you talk about your work plan. If you can provide through the chair the details of what you would need to hire a meteorologist, and of course the Doppler radar tracking system, so that, you know, like we say, prior planning prevents poor performance. So this is one of those areas. So through the chair. Also, I wanted to get one other question, because last week, the Honorable Derek Gabriel was here before us, and I was asking him about, you know, they got 5 roads over there in Bovoni that needed a little grading. You know, they didn't have no money to put the tar on them road in Bovoni. And the commissioner told me that they had a loader on St. Croix that was working, but the loader on St. Thomas was non-operational. So you know what? During a storm, to clear them gut, we need a loader. That's what gonna clear the gut. You can pick up all the rock, stone them, and and put them in a truck, and you get them off the site. Because we can't have the workman them shoveling up these things. So during a storm and your storm cleaning plan, do you have a plan for cleaning the guts? Are you involved with cleaning the guts? And by the way, do you have access to enough sufficient equipment to be able to clean the guts?
Yeah, Senator, my team doesn't have any equipment. I work with Commissioner Gabriel, the exact same conversation you would have. I would have him also, like I mentioned earlier. They take great pride in Department of Public Works in before the storms, before hurricane season, about cleaning the guts that are traditionally the ones that we have challenges with. The challenge is keeping those guts cleared at the remaining part of the hurricane season. So I understand your concern, sir, but there's no additional workforce or equipment that I have to support furthering that besides working with Commissioner Gabriel.
Time.
Mr. Chair, can I just have one final question?
You may.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, you know, the Commissioner Gabriel said that the loader in St. Croix was working and the loader in St. Thomas was not operational. And you know, cleaning these guts is a storm preparation measure. So in your work plan, through the chair, can I also ask that you include the status of the loader for cleaning the guts? We need the cost and the equipment that you would need for the meteorologist, and also to have a Doppler radar station, because the airports can use it, the TV stations, the radio stations can use this Doppler radio station. And thank you very much for the additional time and your leniency, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. And from where you left off, I guess I'll ask my question with regards to this dedicated staff for weather forecast. We depend on Puerto Rico, you stated. Mm-hmm. Do you see a need for us to have our own?
I think the question was whether it can improve what we currently have, and the answer would be yes, it could. Yeah, but do I see a need for that? No.
So then you asked your own question and answered that. You didn't answer mine. The answer to my question would be no. Do you see a need for it within your agency?
No, not at all.
Okay. Do you, on page 3 and 4, you spoke to Hurricane Preparedness Week. You spoke to once areas are assessed to include temporary power established, that the territory will begin critical structure restoration. And I wanted to talk, I wanted to get WAPA here as well, but it was too last minute. What's your collaboration like with WAPA? They also sit on the
yes.
ESC, correct?
Yeah, they have a seat at the Emergency Operations Center, their EMC. We talk about assessing critical infrastructure, and of course the distribution side is getting restoration as soon as we can based upon prioritization.
And do you know if they have sufficient transformers, poles, lines, etc. In stock? Because we know that the demand for these items are on a backlog from 2017.
I'm familiar with the backlog. I cannot address the specifics as far as what's available or what's on backlog.
Okay, but can you address in these ESC meetings with WAPA the status or what's their inventory?
Yes.
Because then again, we're going to wait until there is a need to now start, find out from WAPA whether or not they have this or whether or not they have that. This is what these meetings are for. And in preparation for what's ahead of us, hopefully they bypass us, we got to know these things.
Excellent question.
All right? Especially after some of our stuff went outside the territory given away, and we can't account for what we gave away. Red Cross, what are the number of volunteers you have? Do you have that number with you? And if not, you could always submit that to us.
Yes, I have the number. Pardon me. We have 144 general volunteers.
Where is that?
That's throughout the territory. 111 of them are on St. Croix, 76 are on St. Thomas, and 7 are on St. John. And as I mentioned earlier, we are constantly recruiting. Our volunteers all have to go through a background check. They must be trained before they can work directly with clients. So all of our volunteers in mass care, which has to do with sheltering, are completely trained, or else they cannot work in the shelters.
Okay, can you just put on record the number to call if persons would like to volunteer to the Red Cross?
Yes, the number in St. Croix, it's 778-5014. My St. Thomas number, I have to look that up. I'm a little bit shaky on that.
Okay, 778-5014 for now. That's on St. Croix.
Yeah, that's on St. Croix.
I'm going to ask you all to put out a public service announcement so that we can get volunteers. Put it out so that individuals could know exactly where to call per island district. All right? I want to wrap this up because I know the chief and deputy chief on St. Thomas has to go to a town hall meeting. We spoke about training already. Vitima, have you, just quickly, have you started encouraging folks to look at their homeowner insurance and whatnot. I know back in 2017, that was a big thing. A number of people had to come to Vitima. The lines were long and whatnot, trying to assist them with insurance claims and all sorts of things.
Yep.
Are we being proactive in having individuals take a look at their individual homeowners insurance?
Vitima does. When we did the expo yesterday, we talked about the need to assess the requirements and make sure you're covered by renters or house policy. I know Lieutenant Governor's office puts out a reminder to go into hurricane season and make sure you look at your policies because you don't want to be underinsured, but that all goes into making sure you assess your current situation.
Okay. And you did speak to communications earlier. We need to finalize the auxiliary communications unit. You did speak earlier about the ham radio, the amateur radio folks and whatnot, but we need to finalize the bill that we have in. My office will share the final document with you to make sure that we're good to go, and we should be having this passed. I wish we had had this discussion in a hearing already so that we could move this at the next session, but we will send it to you for that final look.
All right, thank you, Senator.
Okay. All righty. I want to thank all of you for coming here today and putting your testimony and responses on record. Obviously, as we see, there's a lot of work to be done. A lot of work to be done. There was a lot of items asked for. I would like those responses. Commissioner, you know you have a deadline of Friday, and the deadline is for all that was requested. All these plans should be in place because everybody is saying that we do have a plan. All right? Again, it's clear that we have a lot of work to do, and Vitima, you can rest assured that we're going to try to have you back in here maybe next month or just a month after, just to make sure that we tighten up and our expectations. I'm hearing about the resignations, the movements of personnel and whatnot, especially during this season. We want to make sure that all those loops are filled. Do you have any active vacancies at this time?
Right now, we do have a EOC supervisor on St. Thomas, and we have 11 911 positions which are ready to fill. We've already interviewed. It's a matter of just getting the PRF signed off. Those are the main ones we have right now.
And what about logistics and whatnot? I mean, a lot of these areas are key areas.
I'm fine on logistics right now.
You're fine with logistics, assistant and deputy directors.
Well, my assistant director, Barbara Peterson, she's leaving 1 June, so she'll leave Vitima. I have my deputy director of logistics has been out for about a month and a half. I have an acting person right now, but he's due to come back about early June.
So are we sure that this person is coming back? He or she has been out a month and a half. So we're talking about somebody who's been out a month and a half that we're going to be depending on to be number 2. Are they coming back? June 1 is hurricane season, right?
My deputy director of logistics right now will be back on the 5th of June, yes.
Okay. You know, there's a lot of issues before us, and we got to address these. Again, it is up to us to make sure that we have our citizens feel like their government is capable of carrying them through these trying times. So that's what we want. We want you guys to come and give us assurance, not to be iffy about it, for us to now be on shaky grounds. All right, I'm gonna give each of you at least each entity 30 seconds just to close out, starting with Red Cross.
Thank you, Senator.
Yes.
So I now have the phone number for our St. Thomas office for anyone who's listening. So it's 774-0375. And for those who have access to the internet, they can also always go on to redcross.org.
So you could give your closeout, your 30-second closeout. But we got that number, St. Thomas for volunteers, Red
Right.
Cross 774-0375, and that's the volunteer in St. Thomas or St. John. Again, that's
Exactly.
774-0375.
Correct.
And for St. Croix, it's 778-5014.
Correct.
All right.
And also redcross.org online is always another easy way to put in a volunteer application.
Redcross.org.
Yes.
All right, for volunteers.
Yes.
So anything to give in your closeout statement?
Well, I just want to say, thank you for the opportunity to come before the community. Volunteering with American Red Cross is a good way to give back. It's a good way to show that we're able to take care of our own. And so I ask individuals who are in the listening audience to please consider volunteering. Volunteering doesn't mean that you do that all day. It's according to what time you have available. And we do work with you, understanding many of us who are staff. I was a volunteer, so we do understand your circumstance. But please do, consider.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I know the chief and deputy chief in St. Thomas had to run out. Thank you guys for your involvement. But Chief Santos, you could give your 30-second closeout for the VIPD.
Thank you, Senator. On behalf of the men and women in blue at the Virgin Islands Police Department, Police Commissioner Ray Martinez, I want to thank you for having us here today to testify and to let the community know that the VIPD stands at the ready to assist wherever we may be needed. And always give us a call, 911.
And
thank you, sir.
And we are second to none.
And we are second to none.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Fire?
Good afternoon, Senator.
Sorry, Fire EMS.
Assistant Director Antonio Stevens. I going to pass the mic to my chiefs. These men work hard. They're here to support me and the Virgin Islands Fire Service, Fire and Emergency Medical Service. So I want to pass the mic so they can say what they need to say on record.
So you took 15 seconds of your 30 seconds. You're giving them 7.5 seconds each? Chief Titus?
Thank you, Senator. We'd like to say thank you for being here, giving us the opportunity to be here. And we're always here to serve, support, help out all the other EFSs, and keep on working.
Thank you.
I will second what the chief has just said.
Who are you, sir?
This is EMS Chief Robert Bryan of District of St. Croix. We stand ready to serve the people of the community. Rest assured that we're going to be there when you call, providing safety, service, and satisfaction.
Thank you. And I couldn't help but to see the absence of Fire EMS on St. Thomas, but next time. Commissioner.
Kazi Gomez, Commissioner of Virgin Islands Department of Human Services. It's always nice to have a conversation with you and this committee, as well as our community. I can assure you that we are ready to provide support during a disaster. I am confident in my team and Department of Human Services. They work hard every single day to work with our most vulnerable populations. And I'm super proud to be a part of that team. Again, we work together as a team. It's not just one entity for ESF6 Mass Care. We cannot do our work without everybody that's here and that was present, and those that were not present. Shelter inspections were done, completed by all of us, including Fire, VIPD, our community service, Red Cross, VITEMA, FEMA, and ourselves, is to ensure that the safety and security are done in the community. So thank you, sir. Appreciate it. I look forward to the next time.
Thank you. Director Johnson?
Good afternoon, Senator. Director Joshua from VITEMA. Obviously, there's a lot of experience in your committee from having gone through Irma Maria themselves or sharing some of that. They also get input from the community about issues and concerns. We appreciate those concerns. Everything you talked about today is what I call the devil in the details. So the perspective you're looking at that, I appreciate that. We have a lot of homework to do. We don't have a lot of time. We got a little bit of time to make some questions. We look forward to coming back again, providing an even better update to this committee. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And I don't know how to be nothing but straight up front. I'm smiling with all of you, but I'm not comfortable with where we're at in terms of preparation. Totally not. And I am, besides hopeful, I am prayerful that we will put our heads together and put things in place for this territory so that our residents and visitors can feel assured that this government is doing everything possible to be able to carry us through anything that may happen. Commissioner, and you use a word that you're ready. I more believe that you're willing, but we're not ready. We're certainly not ready. And hopefully, in between now and the next public hearing, we can have good dialogue to ensure that a lot of these moving parts are brought together so that we could have a well-maintained vehicle so that we could move forward. One, under VITEMA. All right? Again, thank you all for all that you do. Last week was National Police Week. Thank you all, men and women in blue. This week belongs to you, EMS. Of course, we should be honoring you guys every day for all that you do. And I just want to say a great thank you as well. All right? The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Monday, May 22nd, 2023 is hereby adjourned.